Close your eyes, breathe slowly. Tonight we go back 600 years, to a borderland between empires where a young warrior chieftain dreamed a dream that would reshape the world. This is explored during sleeping, and this is the story of the Ottoman Empire. Fact 1. The dream that built an empire, Osman's vision. In the winter of 1281 CE, a young warrior chieftain named Osman Bey lay down to sleep in the house of a holy man named Edebali in the borderlands of northwestern Anatolia, and dreamed a dream that his descendants would retell for 600 years as the founding myth of the greatest empire the Islamic world had ever produced. In the dream, a moon rose from the chest of the holy man and sank into Osman's own chest, and from his navel grew a great tree whose shade spread over the mountains and valleys and rivers of 3 continents, whose roots reached into the lands of the Arabs and the Persians and the Greeks, and whose branches touched the horizons of the known world. When Osman woke and described the dream to Edebali, the old man interpreted it as a divine sign. Osman and his descendants were destined to rule the world. Edebali gave Osman his daughter Malhan in marriage, and the Ottoman dynasty was born from the union of a warrior's vision and a holy man's blessing. The world into which Osman Bey was born in approximately 1258 CE was one of violent flux and extraordinary opportunity. The great Seljuk Sultanate that had dominated Anatolia for 2 centuries was collapsing under Mongol pressure. In the power vacuum left by the Seljuk decline, dozens of small Turkish principalities, the Beyliks, competed for territory, followers, and prestige along the frontier between the shrinking Byzantine Empire and the retreating Mongol power. Osman's principality was one of the smallest and most precarious of these frontier statelets, a band of perhaps a few thousand mounted warriors camped near the city of Surgut. What distinguished Osman from the other Beylik leaders was not the size of his territory, but the quality of his leadership, the shrewdness of his alliances, and the magnetic force of his personality, qualities that attracted to his cause not just Turkish warriors but Byzantine Christian converts, Sufi holy men, merchants, craftsmen, and the adventurers whom the chaos of the age had left without masters. Osman's frontier state was from the beginning a religiously and culturally mixed enterprise, a fact that would remain a defining characteristic of the Ottoman state through its entire history. By the time of his death around 1323 CE, Osman had transformed his tiny beylik into a growing principality that had captured several Byzantine towns and established the institutional foundations, a warrior culture fused with Islamic religious legitimacy, on which his successors would build an empire. Fact 2. The conquest of Bursa, the empire's first capital. The city of Bursa, nestled at the foot of the great mountain the Turks called Uludag, surrounded by silk-producing mulberry groves and thermal springs, fell to the Ottoman forces in 1326 CE, just days before the death of Osman Bey himself, and became the first true capital of the Ottoman state, the city where the dynasty's earliest sultans were buried in magnificent tulips that still stand today as pilgrimage sites. The capture of Bursa was not merely a military achievement, but a statement of Ottoman ambition. This was no longer a nomadic raiding band, but a state with a capital city, a court, a bureaucracy, and the institutional permanence that distinguished an empire from an armed encampment in the hills. The siege of Bursa had lasted approximately a decade, a testament both to the strength of Byzantine fortifications and to the Ottoman preference for patient blockade over costly frontal assault that would become a hallmark of Ottoman military strategy. Rather than exhausting their warriors in suicidal attacks on well-defended walls, the early Ottomans preferred to cut off a city's supply lines, wait for hunger and demoralization to weaken the defenders, and negotiate a surrender that allowed the population to remain in place under Ottoman rule. This approach minimized Ottoman casualties, preserved the economic productivity of captured territories, and gave conquered populations a reason to accept Ottoman authority rather than resist it to the last man. The transformation of Bursa from Byzantine provincial city to Ottoman capital was accomplished with remarkable continuity. The local population, both Greek Orthodox Christians and the small Jewish community, was largely left in place under the protection of Ottoman law, which guaranteed the lives, property, and religious practice of conquered peoples who submitted peacefully. The great Byzantine church of the city was converted into a mosque, the administrative apparatus was partially absorbed into the new Ottoman one, and the city's famous silk industry continued to operate and flourish under its new masters, feeding a commercial network that stretched from Persia to Italy. Bursa remained the primary Ottoman capital until the conquest of Edirne in 1369 CE, and it continued as the empire's spiritual heartland long after the political center had moved to Constantinople, the place where the dynasty's founders lay buried, where pilgrims came to pray at the tombs of the first sultans, and where the memory of the empire's humble origins was most vividly preserved in stone and silence. Fact 3. Gallipoli, the Ottoman foothold in Europe. The crossing of the Dardanelles Strait and the establishment of the first Ottoman foothold on European soil at Gallipoli in 1354 CE was one of the decisive events in world history. The moment when what had been a central Anatolian power became a transcontinental empire straddling two continents, when the Ottoman frontier moved from the edges of Byzantine civilization to the heart of the European world. And when the demographic and political balance of southeastern Europe began its long transformation under Turkish rule. The manner of the crossing was as remarkable as its consequences. The Ottomans did not conquer Gallipoli by force of arms, but acquired it through a combination of opportunistic alliance and earthquake. The opportunity arose from a Byzantine civil war between the Emperor John VI Cantacuzene and the legitimate heir John V Palaiologos, in which both sides sought Ottoman military assistance. The Ottoman Prince Suleiman Pasha, son of the reigning Sultan Orhan, led Ottoman forces across the Dardanelles to assist Cantacuzenos in 1346 CE, and in the process became personally acquainted with the strategic possibilities of the European shore. When a devastating earthquake in 1354 CE damaged or destroyed the fortifications of the town of Tizimp near Gallipoli, Suleiman Pasha moved his forces across the strait and occupied the ruined town, subsequently rebuilding and garrisoning it before the Byzantines could respond. The European response to the Ottoman crossing was slow, disorganized, and ultimately ineffective, a pattern that would persist for more than a century as the Ottomans methodically extended their control over the Balkans, while the Christian powers of Europe quarreled among themselves, launched inadequate crusades, and failed to coordinate the sustained military effort that might have stopped the Ottoman advance while it could still be stopped. Within a decade of the Gallipoli crossing, the Ottomans had expanded their European holdings to include Thrace and were threatening Adrianople, the second city of the Byzantine Empire. The strategic significance of the Gallipoli foothold is difficult to overstate. It gave the Ottomans a permanent base from which to supply and reinforce their European operations, control of the Dardanelles Strait through which all naval traffic between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean had to pass, and a psychological position of dominance over the Byzantines that made the eventual fall of Constantinople feel, to many observers, like an inevitability rather than a surprise. Fact 4. Murad I and the Battle of Kosovo, making the Balkans Ottoman. The reign of Murad I, the third Ottoman Sultan, who ruled from approximately 1362 to 1389 CE, was the period in which the Ottoman state transformed from a successful regional power into the dominant force of the Balkans, systematically subduing the Serbian, Bulgarian, Bosnian, and Albanian kingdoms that had flourished in the power vacuum left by the decline of Byzantine and Mongol power, and establishing the administrative and military systems that would sustain Ottoman rule in Europe for 5 centuries. Murad was not merely a conqueror, but a state builder of the first order. The Sultan who created the Devshirme system, the collection of Christian boys to be raised as Muslim soldiers and administrators, and the Janissary Corps that would be the backbone of the Ottoman military for over 300 years. The campaign that defined Murad's reign and fixed the Battle of Kosovo of 1389 CE permanently in Serbian national memory was the Ottoman advance into the heart of the Serbian medieval state, the lands of the Kosovo Polja, the Field of Blackbirds, where on June 28, 1389 CE, the armies of the Ottoman Empire met the forces of a Serbian-led coalition under Prince Lazar Hrebeljanović in a battle whose outcome determined the fate of the Balkans for centuries. The battle itself was tactically complex and historically murky. The Ottoman sources claim a clear Ottoman victory, the Serbian sources are more ambiguous, and both sides suffered enormous casualties. What is historically certain is that both commanders died in the battle or its immediate aftermath. Murad I was killed, according to tradition, by a Serbian knight named Miloš Obilić who feigned surrender and stabbed the Sultan in his tent, making him one of the very few Ottoman sultans to die in battle. Prince Lazar was captured and executed after the fighting. Whatever the tactical outcome of the battle itself, its strategic consequences were unambiguous. The Serbian state lost its independence and became an Ottoman vassal, and the political map of the Balkans was permanently redrawn. The Battle of Kosovo entered Serbian national mythology as a sacred wound, the moment of noble defeat that defined Serbian identity for centuries, celebrated in epic poetry, lamented in religious ceremony, and invoked in political discourse down to the wars of the late 20th century. Few medieval battles have had so long and so fraught an afterlife in national consciousness as this encounter on the Field of Blackbirds. Fact 5. Bayezid the Thunderbolt, the Sultan who came too close to greatness. sultan who inherited the Ottoman throne following the Battle of Kosovo, Bayezid I, who earned the epithet Yildirim, the Thunderbolt, for the terrifying speed of his military campaigns, came closer than any of his predecessors to making the Ottoman Empire the unquestioned master of both the Balkans and Anatolia, and was stopped not by a Christian crusade, but by the emergence from Central Asia of the last great nomadic conqueror in the tradition of Genghis Khan, Timur, known in the West as Tamerlane. Bayezid's story is one of extraordinary achievement, catastrophic overreach, and personal humiliation of a kind that no Ottoman sultan had ever faced before or would face again, one of the most dramatic reversals of fortune in the history of the dynasty. In the West, Bayezid proved himself a commander of exceptional ability and ruthlessness. He completed the Ottoman encirclement of Constantinople, instituting a siege that reduced the Byzantine capital to an isolated island of Christian resistance surrounded by Ottoman territory, and came closer than any previous Ottoman ruler to capturing the city. He crushed the last serious European crusade against the Ottoman Empire at the Battle of Nicopolis in 1396 CE, in which a massive force assembled from France, Hungary, England, and the Holy Roman Empire was comprehensively defeated, its survivors ransomed or sold into slavery, and its commanders humiliated before the watching world. In the east, however, Bayezid fatally underestimated the threat represented by Timur, whose empire had expanded from its base in Samarkand to encompass Central Asia, Persia, and the Indian subcontinent. At the catastrophic Battle of Ankara in 1402 CE, the Ottoman Sultan's own vassals, many of them Anatolian Beylik rulers, whom Bayezid had forcibly subordinated, changed sides during the engagement, and the Ottoman army was destroyed around him. Bayezid was captured alive by Timur and died in captivity in 1403 CE, the only Ottoman sultan ever to be taken prisoner by a foreign power, a humiliation that reverberated through Ottoman historical memory for generations. The Ottoman state survived the disaster of Ankara, but only after a decade of civil war, the Ottoman interregnum of 1402 to 1413 CE, in which Bayezid's sons fought each other for the throne, a conflict that Timur deliberately encouraged by releasing the captured princes and fragmenting the Ottoman realm into competing shards. Fact 6. The Ottoman Interregnum, Civil War and Survival. The decade between 1402 and 1413 CE, the period that Ottoman historians call the Fetret Devri, the Interregnum, the time of disturbance, was the most dangerous crisis in the first century of Ottoman history, a period of fratricidal civil war among the sons of the defeated Sultan Bayezid I that could easily have ended the Ottoman dynasty and reduced it to a historical footnote. Yet it paradoxically demonstrated the extraordinary resilience of the state that the first three sultans had built. That the Ottomans survived the dual catastrophe of Ankara and the Interregnum, and emerged from it not merely intact, but strengthened, is one of the most remarkable recovery stories in the history of empire. Timur's deliberate strategy after Ankara was to fragment the Ottoman state by releasing Bayezid's captured sons and restoring the Anatolian beyliks that Bayezid had subdued, creating a patchwork of competing powers that would prevent any single Ottoman successor from reuniting the realm. Four of Bayezid's sons, Suleiman, Issa, Musa, and Mehmed, each claimed the Sultanate and controlled different portions of the fragmenting Ottoman territory, allying with and betraying each other, the Byzantines, the Serbians, and the remaining Anatolian beyliks in a decade of shifting coalitions, broken promises, and brutal warfare. The Byzantine emperor, watching from Constantinople, played the princes against each other with considerable skill, briefly extending his city's lease on independence. The survivor and ultimate victor was the youngest of the four main claimants, Mehmed I, who controlled the Anatolian heartland from his base in Amasya and who proved himself the most patient, most diplomatically skilled, and ultimately most ruthless of the competing brothers. He eliminated his brothers one by one. Issa died early, Suleiman was betrayed and murdered by his own troops, and Musa was defeated and killed in battle in 1413 CE. Mehmed reunited the Ottoman realm under his sole authority, the dynasty intact, and the state still standing where so many had expected it to fall. Mehmed I, known as Celebi, the gentleman, for his reportedly refined and humane character, spent the remaining 8 years of his reign carefully rebuilding the institutions and finances of the state that the civil war had damaged, restoring the authority of the central government, and re-establishing the military capacity that Ankara had destroyed. His reign was unheroic in the epic sense, but essential, the quiet reconstruction without which the subsequent Ottoman expansion would have been impossible. Fact 7. Murad II and the Art of Consolidation. The reign of Murad II, who ruled from 1421 to 1451 CE, with a brief voluntary abdication in 1444 CE that was quickly reversed when crisis forced his return, was the reign of a sultan who understood, perhaps better than any of his predecessors, the difference between expansion and consolidation, between winning battles and building the institutional capacity to sustain what had been won. Murad II was not the most dramatically ambitious of the Ottoman sultans. He would be overshadowed by his son Mehmed II, whose conquest of Constantinople would define the dynasty's identity for centuries. But he was arguably the most essential, the ruler who created the stable, wealthy, administratively sophisticated state that his son would inherit and use as the instrument of world historical conquest. Murad's reign was marked by a series of military challenges that he met with consistent effectiveness. The Crusade of Varna in 1444 CE, in which the young Hungarian King W. Ladislaw III and the Transylvanian general John Hunyadi led a combined Christian force into Ottoman Bulgaria in violation of a recently concluded peace treaty, ended at the Battle of Varna on November 10, 1444 CE, in one of the most complete Ottoman victories of the 15th century. King W. Ladislaw was killed in the battle. His head was cut off and preserved in a jar of honey, reportedly sent as a demonstration of Ottoman power, and the crusade was destroyed, ending the last serious Christian attempt to reverse Ottoman gains in the Balkans before the fall of Constantinople. What distinguished Murad's reign was not merely his military success, but his remarkable cultural and intellectual achievement. His court at Edirne was one of the most sophisticated in the Islamic world, a center of poetry, music, architecture, and learned discourse that attracted scholars, poets, and artists from across the Islamic world, and produced a cultural efflorescence that established the Ottoman court as a patron of the highest order. Murad himself was a man of genuine intellectual interests who reportedly composed poetry and engaged in learned discussions with the scholars and Sufi sheikhs who surrounded him. His most historically consequential decision was his abdication in 1444 CE, an act without precedent in Ottoman history, in which he retired to a Sufi lodge in Manisa and left the throne to his 12-year-old son Mehmed, only to be recalled by the Janissaries when the Varna crisis erupted. The abdication and recall shaped the young Mehmed's understanding of power in ways that would become apparent after his father's death. Fact 8. The fall of Constantinople, the day the world changed. On the morning of May 29, 1453 CE, the 21-year-old Sultan Mehmed II rode his white horse through the shattered walls of Constantinople into the city that had been the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire for 1,123 years, and the world changed. The fall of Constantinople was not merely a military event or a political transition, but a civilizational earthquake whose shockwaves were felt from the Atlantic coast of Europe to the steppes of Central Asia, and whose consequences shaped the modern world in ways that are still unfolding. The Byzantine Empire, the direct continuation of the Roman Empire of Augustus and Constantine, ceased to exist on that morning, and the Ottoman Empire entered the company of history's greatest powers. The siege had lasted 54 days, from April 6 to May 29, 1453 CE, and it was a confrontation between medieval defensive architecture and the new technology of gunpowder artillery that would define the future of warfare. Mehmed had assembled the largest cannon yet constructed, cast by a Hungarian engineer named Urban, who had first offered his services to the Byzantine Emperor Constantine XI and been turned away for lack of funds, a weapon so enormous that it required 60 oxen to move and could fire a stone ball weighing approximately 600 kilograms. The Great Walls of Constantinople, which had resisted every assault for 1,000 years, were not impregnable to this new technology, and each day of bombardment widened the breach through which the final assault would pour. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, died fighting on the walls when the final Ottoman assault broke through, reportedly removing his imperial insignia before throwing himself into the battle to die as a soldier rather than a captured emperor. His body was never definitively identified, a detail that fed centuries of Greek legend about a sleeping emperor who would one day wake and restore the empire, a Christian echo of the Arthurian return myth that gave a conquered people their most consoling story. When Mehmed entered the city, his first act was to ride to the great church of the Hagia Sophia, the largest and most magnificent building in the Christian world, and convert it into a mosque, transforming the spiritual geography of the Mediterranean. He then took for himself the title Caesari Rum, Caesar of Rome, claiming the Roman imperial inheritance alongside his Islamic sultanate, signaling to the world that the Ottoman Empire was not merely a successor state, but the rightful heir of civilization itself. Fact 9. Mehmed the Conqueror, the Sultan who dreamed of Rome. Mehmed II, Fatih, the Conqueror, as Ottoman history would know him forever after, was one of the most extraordinary figures produced by any dynasty in any era. a multilingual scholar who read Greek and Latin alongside Arabic and Persian and Turkish, a student of Greek philosophy and Roman history who kept a copy of Plutarch's Lives among his personal books, a military commander of genius who supervised the technical details of his artillery, campaigns with the enthusiasm of an engineer, a patron of art and architecture who commissioned the Venetian painter Gentile Bellini to paint his portrait in a style that would have been perfectly at home in any Italian Renaissance court, and a conqueror who, having taken Constantinople, immediately began planning the conquest of Rome itself. He was 21 years old when he took Constantinople. He would reign for 30 years more. The breadth of Mehmed's ambitions was staggering even by the standards of the Ottoman dynasty. After Constantinople, he turned his attention to the systematic completion of Ottoman control over southeastern Europe, crushing the remnant Byzantine despotates of the Mora in the Peloponnese in 1460 CE, eliminating the Trebizond Empire on the Black Sea coast in 1461 CE, subduing Serbia, Bosnia, and Albania over the following decade. He crossed the Danube into Wallachia, where he confronted the local ruler known to history as Vlad the Impaler, a man who defended his territory by impaling thousands of Ottoman prisoners on stakes in patterns designed to psychologically terrorize the invading army, a tactic that reportedly gave even Mehmed pause. His Italian campaign, the landing of an Ottoman force at Otranto in southern Italy in 1480 CE, which captured the city and massacred its population in what was meant to be the first step toward Rome, came closer to realizing his most audacious ambition than is commonly remembered. The 800 inhabitants of Otranto who refused to convert to Islam were executed, and the skulls of the martyrs are still preserved in a cathedral in the city. Mehmed died in 1481 CE while preparing a larger Italian expedition, and his death ended the immediate Ottoman threat to Rome, but it did not end Ottoman ambition. Mehmed was also the architect of the Ottoman imperial system as it would exist for centuries, the builder of the Topkapi Palace, the codifier of Ottoman law, and the sultan who institutionalized the practice of fratricide upon succession, ordering that each new sultan might legally execute his brothers to prevent the civil wars that had nearly destroyed the dynasty in the interregnum. Fact 10. The Devshirme system, building an empire from stolen children. Among the most distinctive and most morally complex institutions of the Ottoman Empire was the Devshirme, literally collection or gathering, the system by which the Ottoman state periodically recruited boys from the Christian families of its Balkan provinces, converted them to Islam, trained them in the Ottoman palace schools and military barracks, and deployed them as the empire's most loyal soldiers and most capable administrators. The Devshirme was simultaneously a form of forced recruitment that separated children from their families and their religion, and a mechanism of social mobility that could carry a shepherd's son to the Grand Vizierate, the highest administrative office in the empire, in a single lifetime. No other state in the medieval world created anything quite like it. The system targeted boys between the ages of 8 and 20, physically healthy, intelligent, and, crucially, without prior education in Islamic learning, so that their formation as Muslims could begin from a clean slate. Jewish families were exempt, and Muslim families were explicitly excluded. The system was designed to create a core of men whose total loyalty was to the sultan rather than to any pre-existing religious community, tribal network, or family connection, and who could therefore be trusted with the highest positions of state without the danger of competing loyalties. The most famous products of the Devshirme were the Janissaries, the Yenissary, the new soldiers, the elite infantry force that served as the Sultan's household troops and the backbone of the Ottoman army. Trained from childhood in the barracks of Istanbul, subjected to a rigorous regime of military and religious education, forbidden to marry during their active service, and bound to the Sultan by ties of personal loyalty that had no parallel in any other military system of the period, the Janissaries were the most effective infantry force in the world for over 2 centuries, and their discipline and firepower were decisive in dozens of battles from the Danube to the Persian Gulf. The Grand Viziers who ran the Ottoman state under the Sultan's authority were similarly drawn overwhelmingly from the Devshirme. Men like Ibrahim Pasha, Sokollu Mehmed Pasha, and Kurpulu Mehmed Pasha, who governed the empire with extraordinary ability at critical moments in its history, had all begun life as Christian boys taken from their families in the Balkans and remade, through the alchemy of Ottoman education, into the empire's most powerful men. Fact 11. Selim the Grim, the Sultan who tripled the empire. In 8 years of reign, from 1512 to 1520 CE, the Sultan Selim I, known to history as Yavuz, the Grim or the Resolute, accomplished more territorial expansion than any other Ottoman sultan before or after him, tripling the size of the empire by defeating the Safavid Persian Empire at the Battle of Chaldiran in 1514 CE, obliterating the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt and Syria in two devastating campaigns in 1516 and 1517 CE, and in the process making the Ottoman Empire the guardian of the two holiest cities of Islam, Mecca and Medina. And the possessor of the caliphate, the spiritual leadership of the Sunni Muslim world. Selim was terrifying in his efficiency, ferocious in his rages, and arguably the single most consequential sultan in the history of the dynasty. The war against the Safavid Shah Ismail I was as much a religious confrontation as a political one. Shah Ismail had established Twelver Shia Islam as the official religion of Persia in 1501 CE, a decision that created a permanent sectarian fault line between the Ottoman Sunni world and the Safavid Shia world that endures in Middle Eastern politics to the present day, and had been actively proselytizing among the Ottoman Anatolian population. Supporting the Kizilbash movement, whose followers wore red hats as a mark of Shia allegiance, and posed an internal security threat to Ottoman control of eastern Anatolia. Selim responded by ordering the massacre of approximately 40,000 Kizilbash within the empire before marching east to confront Ismail directly, an act of pre-campaign security whose brutality shocked even hardened observers. At the Battle of Chaldiran on August 23, 1514 CE, the Ottoman artillery and Janissary musketry destroyed the Safavid cavalry, which had refused to recognize the legitimacy of firearms as a weapon of war, in a single engagement that decided the strategic balance between the two empires for a generation. Selim captured Tabriz, the Safavid capital, but could not hold it against the approaching winter and the exhaustion of his troops. The subsequent campaigns against the Mamluk Sultanate brought Syria in 1516 CE and Egypt in 1517 CE into the Ottoman fold, along with the holy cities of Mecca and Medina and the last Abbasid caliph living in Cairo, whose caliphal title and insignia Selim took possession of a transfer of spiritual authority that gave the Ottoman sultans the legitimacy of the caliphate alongside their imperial power. Fact 12. Sulayman the Magnificent, the Lawgiver and His World. The reign of Sulayman I, who ruled from 1520 to 1566 CE, and is known in the West as the Magnificent and in the Ottoman tradition as Kanuni, the Lawgiver, was the longest, most prosperous, and most culturally brilliant reign in the history of the Ottoman Empire, a period of 46 years in which the empire reached the greatest extent of its territorial power, produced the most enduring examples of its architectural achievement, codified its legal system in the most comprehensive form it would ever take, and under the guidance of its extraordinary ruler, achieved a level of administrative sophistication and cultural refinement that made the Ottoman court the envy of every contemporary monarch in Europe and Asia. Sulayman was the sultan against whom all others were measured, and few measured up. In the West, Sulayman's military campaigns pushed the Ottoman frontier to its greatest European extent. He captured Belgrade in 1521 CE, the gateway to Central Europe that his great-grandfather Mehmed II had failed to take, and followed it in 1526 CE with the Battle of Mohacs, in which the Hungarian army under King Louis II was annihilated in less than 2 hours. The king himself drowned while fleeing the battlefield, and the medieval Kingdom of Hungary ceased to exist as an independent state. The subsequent siege of Vienna in 1529 CE, the first Ottoman attempt on the Habsburg capital, failed due to logistical overextension and early autumn rains that mired the Ottoman artillery, but it established the psychological high-water mark of Ottoman advance into Europe. In the east, Sulayman fought 3 wars against the Safavid Empire, capturing Tabriz, Baghdad, and the holy cities of Najaf and Karbala in campaigns that demonstrated the Ottoman capacity to project military force across the full breadth of the Middle East. At sea, his admiral Hayreddin Barbarossa made the Ottoman navy the dominant force in the Mediterranean, challenging Spanish and Venetian power from the Aegean to the Strait of Gibraltar. At home, Sulayman's most enduring achievement was the compilation of the Ottoman legal code, the Canon, that systematized and supplemented Islamic Sharia law with secular Ottoman legislation, creating a legal framework so comprehensive and intelligently constructed that it governed the empire for centuries and earned him the title by which his own subjects remembered him best. Sulayman also composed poetry in Persian and Turkish under the pen name Muhibi, the Beloved, his verses collected in a divan that is still read by scholars of Ottoman literature today. Fact 13. Roxolana, the slave who became queen. The woman known to history as Roxolana, Hurrem's sultan in Ottoman, roughly the joyful one of the harem, was born around 1502 CE, probably in the Ruthenian region of what is now western Ukraine, was captured in a slave raid, sold through the Ottoman slave markets, acquired by the imperial harem in Istanbul, and rose to become the most powerful woman in the history of the Ottoman Empire. the legal wife of the reigning Sultan Suleiman I, the mother of his chosen heir, the patron of mosques and charitable foundations across the empire, a sophisticated political operator who conducted diplomatic correspondence with foreign rulers, and the woman whose influence over the Sultan reshaped the relationship between the harem and the imperial government in ways that echoed through Ottoman politics for generations. The position she occupied was, by Ottoman precedent, an impossible one. Ottoman sultans did not marry, they maintained imperial concubines whose primary function was to produce male heirs for the dynasty, and no Ottoman sultan since the early empire had taken a legal wife. The emotional and political attachment between Suleiman and Hurrem was sufficiently powerful that he broke this precedent around 1533 or 1534 CE, formally marrying her in a ceremony that shocked the Ottoman establishment and the watching world. Her influence extended far beyond the palace walls. She exchanged letters with King Sigismund II of Poland, discussed matters of state with foreign ambassadors, and used her access to the Sultan to advance her political agenda, which included the execution of the Grand Vizier Ibrahim Pasha, Suleiman's closest friend, in 1536 CE, and the eventual execution of Suleiman's eldest son Mustafa in 1553 CE, clearing the path to succession for her own son Selim. Whether these maneuvers reflected cold calculation or genuine fear for her son's futures remains one of the great contested questions of Ottoman history. Roxolana died in 1558 CE, 8 years before Suleiman himself, and was buried in a tuab adjacent to the great Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, the only woman to be so honored in Ottoman imperial architecture. European travelers brought back accounts of her extraordinary rise that circulated widely in print, feeding a Western fascination with the harem that generated dozens of theatrical and literary treatments, all drawing on the true story of the girl from Ruthenia who became the most powerful woman in the world. Fact 14, the Battle of Lepanto, the myths and the reality. On October 7, 1571 CE, in the waters off the Greek coast near the town of Naupactos, which the Western world called Lepanto, the largest naval battle in the Mediterranean, since the Battle of Actium was fought between the combined fleet of the Holy League and the Ottoman fleet under the command of Ali Pasha. The battle ended in a crushing defeat for the Ottomans, the first significant Ottoman military defeat in over a century, and was celebrated across Europe with a fervor that has given it an iconic status in Western history, the moment when Christendom proved that the apparently invincible Ottoman military could be beaten, when the psychological spell of Ottoman invincibility was finally broken. The reality was considerably more complicated than the celebrations suggested. The scale of the battle was genuinely staggering. Approximately 400 galleys and some 150,000 men were involved in total, the largest concentration of naval power assembled in the Mediterranean in the age of all-powered warfare. The Ottoman fleet was devastated. Approximately 200 of its 270 galleys were captured or sunk. Somewhere between 30,000 and 40,000 Ottoman sailors and soldiers were killed, and 15,000 Christian galley slaves were freed from the captured Ottoman vessels. News of it spread across Europe to celebrations of a scale not seen in a generation, church bells ringing from Lisbon to Krakow. Yet the strategic consequences were far less decisive than the celebration suggested. Within 2 years, the Ottoman state had rebuilt its fleet to a size larger than the one destroyed at Lepanto, a demonstration of the empire's enormous financial and organizational resources, and had recaptured Cyprus before the Holy League itself dissolved in mutual recrimination. The Ottoman Grand Vizier Kilis Ali Pasha, surveying the rebuilt fleet, reportedly told the Venetian ambassador that the loss at Lepanto had merely cost the Ottomans a beard, which would grow back, whereas the Venetian loss of Cyprus had cost them an arm, which would not. The battle's true significance was psychological rather than strategic. Among the survivors of the Christian fleet was a young Spanish soldier named Miguel de Cervantes, who was wounded in the battle and lost the use of his left hand. He would later call Lepanto the most glorious event witnessed by any age, and would go on to write Don Quixote, carrying something of that October Sea battle inside everything he put on the page. Fact 15, the Ottoman harem, power behind the veil. The imperial harem of the Ottoman sultans, the harem-I Humayun, literally the sacred household, was one of the most misunderstood and most romanticized institutions of the Ottoman world, simultaneously a genuine center of political power and the subject of an elaborate Western fantasy that projected onto it every Orientalist desire and anxiety about the Islamic world. The reality of the harem was far more complex, far more politically significant, and in many ways far more interesting than either the lurid European imagination or the sanitized Ottoman official account allowed. The harem was, at its most basic level, the domestic quarter of the imperial palace, the space reserved for the sultan's mother, his wives, concubines, female relatives, and the army of servants, attendants, and eunuchs who managed the daily life of this community. At its height, the harem of the Topkapi Palace housed several hundred women, and perhaps as many eunuchs, organized in a strict hierarchy governed by the Valide Sultan, the sultan's mother, who occupied the highest position of authority within its walls, and wielded a degree of political influence in the wider empire that could approach and sometimes exceed that of the Grand Vizier himself. The period known as the Sultanate of Women, roughly from the mid-16th to the mid-17th century, was the era when the political influence of the harem was greatest and most consequential, when the mothers of sultans exercised direct influence over appointments, foreign policy, and the direction of the state. The Valide Sultan Kursum, who served as regent for two child sultans and dominated Ottoman politics for nearly 4 decades in the early 17th century, was arguably the most powerful woman in the history of the empire, managing its affairs with a political skill that her male contemporaries rarely matched. She was eventually murdered in her own bedchamber in 1651 CE by servants loyal to her daughter-in-law, a violent end to a career of extraordinary power. The physical complexity of the harem quarters in the Topkapi Palace, a labyrinthine complex of over 400 rooms built up over centuries, reflects the social complexity of the institution itself. Today it is one of the most visited sections of the Palace Museum, its gilded ceilings and tiled corridors still communicating something of the claustrophobic brilliance of the world that existed behind its locked doors. Fact 16. The Janissary Rebellion, when the soldiers turned. The Janissaries, the elite Ottoman infantry force created by the Devshirme system in the late 14th century, were for 3 centuries the most effective and most feared military force in the world, the backbone of the Ottoman army and the personal guard of the Sultan, whose loyalty was in theory absolute and whose discipline was legendary. By the 17th century, however, this same force had become the most dangerous internal threat to the stability of the Ottoman state, a privileged military caste that used its collective power to assassinate sultans, topple grand viziers, resist military reform, and preserve its own privileges against all attempts at modernization. The transformation of the Janissaries from the empire's greatest strength to its most intractable weakness is one of the central stories of Ottoman decline. The process by which the Janissaries became a political power rather than merely a military one was gradual and structural. From the late 16th century onward, the Devshirme system that had produced the Janissaries, the periodic collection of Christian boys to be trained as Ottoman soldiers, was progressively abandoned, as Janissaries began to pass their status to their sons, transforming what had been a merit-based recruitment system into a hereditary military caste. As Janissary numbers grew and their military training declined, they began to engage in trade and crafts in Istanbul, developing economic interests that made them resistant to reform and deeply invested in the political status quo. The Janissaries deposed or murdered at least 6 sultans between 1566 and 1703 CE, Osman II in 1622 CE, Ibrahim I in 1648 CE, and several others through less direct means, and their periodic revolts, signaled by the ritual overturning of the great cooking cauldrons in the barracks courtyards, became the mechanism through which they communicated political demands to the palace. The overturning of the cauldron, the symbol around which Janissary identity was organized, since the squad mess was the primary social unit of the corps, was simultaneously a military signal, a political statement, and a deeply symbolic act that inverted the order of the imperial household. The Janissaries were finally destroyed by Sultan Mahmud II in the auspicious incident of 1826 CE, a planned military confrontation in which the Sultan used the newly trained Western-style troops he had been quietly building to annihilate the Janissary corps in their barracks, dissolving the institution that had dominated Ottoman military and political life for 4.5 centuries. Fact 17. Ottoman architecture, the empire in stone. The Ottoman Empire expressed its power, its piety, and its aesthetic ambitions most enduringly in its architecture, a tradition of building that over 6 centuries produced some of the most beautiful and technically accomplished structures in the history of world architecture, and that transformed the physical landscape of 3 continents with a distinctive vocabulary of domes, minarets, tile-covered surfaces, and light-filled interiors that remains instantly recognizable in the ruins and the living buildings that survive from Turkey to Bosnia to Egypt to Iraq. Ottoman architecture was not a static tradition, but a living, evolving conversation between the building programs of successive sultans and grand viziers and the accumulated influence of Byzantine, Persian, Arab, and Central Asian architectural traditions that the empire absorbed and synthesized. The towering figure of Ottoman architectural history is Mimar Sinan, Köke Sinan, Great Sinan, the chief imperial architect who served the Ottoman court from approximately 1537 to his death in 1588 CE, designing or supervising the construction of over 350 buildings across the empire in a career of more than 50 years. Sinan himself, in his old age, dismissed his earlier masterpiece, the Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, as the work of an apprentice, a statement of artistic standards so demanding that it borders on the incomprehensible. The Selimiye Mosque in Edirne, completed in 1575 CE, when Sinan was in his 80s, solved the central problem of Islamic sacred architecture: how to create a unified interior space of the greatest possible scale and luminosity. Its dome, at 31.28 meters in diameter, is slightly larger than the dome of the Hagia Sophia that had challenged and inspired Ottoman architects since the conquest of Constantinople, and it achieves an effect of floating weightlessness through the manipulation of structural support that disguises the enormous forces holding the building up. The Ottoman architectural tradition extended beyond mosques to the entire built environment of the imperial world: the Han, caravanserai, medres, hammam and kuliai that shaped the social geography of every Ottoman city from Belgrade to Baghdad. The physical legacy of this tradition is visible not only in Turkey but throughout the former Ottoman world: the mosques of Sarajevo, the hammams of Sofia, the Hans of Aleppo, marking the boundaries of the empire as clearly as any historical map. Fact 18. The Silk Road and Ottoman trade, the empire's crossroads. The Ottoman Empire occupied the most strategically advantageous commercial position in the pre-modern world, astride the land and sea routes connecting Europe to Asia, the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, and the Black Sea to the Red Sea, and the management of this commercial position was one of the central preoccupations of Ottoman economic policy throughout the empire's history. The idea that the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople and the Middle East blocked the trade routes to the east and forced European navigators to find oceanic alternatives is a significant oversimplification. The Ottomans did not suppress trade between Europe and Asia, but taxed, regulated, and in many cases actively facilitated it, as the transit revenues from European merchants trading through Ottoman territories were a significant component of imperial income. The Ottoman capital of Istanbul, astride the strait between Europe and Asia, controlling the entrance to the Black Sea, was from its Ottoman foundation one of the great commercial centers of the world, a city whose markets offered goods from every corner of the known world. The Grand Bazaar, the Kapilisarshi, the covered market, was the commercial heart of the Ottoman world, a labyrinthine complex of covered streets, hands, and specialized trading halls that at its height housed several thousand shops organized by trade, the largest covered market in the world and the prototype of every modern shopping mall. The Venetians, the Genoese, and later the French and English maintained trading privileges, the capitulations, in Ottoman ports that gave them protected commercial access to the empire's markets. Sultan Sulayman's alliance with the French King Francis I, cemented in 1536 CE, was partly a strategic partnership against the Habsburgs, and partly a commercial arrangement that gave French merchants privileged access to Ottoman markets, creating the most important Franco-Islamic diplomatic relationship of the early modern period, and demonstrating that the Ottomans were pragmatic commercial actors as well as religious warriors. The Ottoman spice trade, control of the routes through which pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and nutmeg moved from the Spice Islands in India through the Persian Gulf and Red Sea to Mediterranean markets, was among the empire's most valuable commercial assets. And the challenge, represented by the Portuguese establishment of the oceanic route around Africa in 1498 CE, was one of the earliest signals of the structural economic challenges that would eventually undermine Ottoman commercial dominance. Fact 19. The Ottoman millet system, governing a world of faiths. The Ottoman Empire governed a population of extraordinary religious and ethnic diversity: Greek Orthodox Christians, Armenian Christians, Syriac Christians, Jews of dozens of different traditions, Sunni Muslims of multiple schools, Shia Muslims, Druze, Alawites, and many others, across territories stretching from the Catholic borderlands of Bosnia to the Jewish communities of Salonika, from the Coptic Christians of Egypt to the Sufi orders of central Anatolia. The mechanism through which this diversity was managed, imperfectly, unequally, but with a degree of functional success that kept the empire intact for 6 centuries, was the millet system, an arrangement that granted each recognized religious community a degree of internal autonomy, allowing it to manage its own personal law, education, and community affairs under the authority of its own religious leaders. The word millet, derived from the Arabic millah, meaning nation or religious community, was applied to the major non-Muslim communities of the empire. The Orthodox Christian millet under the authority of the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople, the Armenian Christian millet under the Armenian Patriarch, and the Jewish millet under the chief rabbi. Each community was represented before the Ottoman government by its religious leader, who was responsible for tax collection within the community, the administration of its religious law in personal matters such as marriage, divorce, and inheritance, and the maintenance of its internal order. The system was not one of equality. Non-Muslims paid an additional tax. The sizai or jizya, in lieu of military service, was subject to certain restrictions on building new religious structures, and in theory occupied a subordinate position in the Ottoman social hierarchy as dhimmis, protected peoples. But within these constraints, the degree of religious and cultural autonomy permitted to non-Muslim communities was substantially greater than that offered to religious minorities in most contemporary European states, where Jews faced expulsion, heretics faced execution, and religious conformity was enforced by state violence. The most dramatic demonstration of the millet system's practical value was the Ottoman reception of the Jews expelled from Spain in 1492 CE, the approximately 100,000 to 200,000 Sephardic Jews who were offered asylum in the Ottoman Empire by Sultan Bayezid II, who reportedly marveled at the wisdom of the Spanish king in enriching the Ottoman Empire at his own expense. Fact 20. Coffee, tulips, and Ottoman culture, the Empire of Pleasure. The Ottoman Empire gave the world two of its most beloved everyday pleasures, coffee and the tulip, through the cultural exchanges that flowed outward from the empire's capital in the 16th and 17th centuries, transforming European social and botanical culture in ways that most people who drink their morning coffee or admire a spring garden do not trace back to their Ottoman origins. The story of how these two commodities moved from the Ottoman world into the heart of European culture is a small but vivid illustration of the Ottoman Empire's central role as the cultural intermediary between Asia and Europe in the early modern period. Coffee, originally consumed in Yemen and the Horn of Africa as a drink associated with Sufi religious practices, used to maintain wakefulness during nighttime devotions, reached Istanbul in the mid-16th century and transformed Ottoman social life with remarkable speed. The first coffee house in Istanbul opened around 1554 CE, and within decades the kahvehane, the coffee house, had become the central institution of Ottoman urban sociability. A public space where men gathered to drink coffee, play backgammon and chess, listen to storytellers and musicians, discuss politics and poetry, and exchange the social currency of gossip and information that lubricated the networks of urban life. By the late 16th century, there were hundreds of coffee houses in Istanbul alone, and the institution had spread to every major Ottoman city. Coffee reached Europe through Ottoman commercial and diplomatic channels in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, and the coffeehouse culture that the Ottomans had developed traveled with it, establishing itself in Vienna, London, Paris, and Amsterdam as the social institution of the emerging bourgeois public sphere, the space of free discussion, and the exchange of ideas that historians have identified as one of the preconditions of the Enlightenment. The tulip, a Central Asian flower that had been cultivated and developed into thousands of varieties by Ottoman gardeners over 2 centuries, was brought to Western Europe by the Flemish botanist Carolus Clusius, who received bulbs from the Ottoman ambassador Ogier Gijsland de Busbecq in the 1560s. The tulip mania that swept the Netherlands in the 1630s, in which tulip bulbs were traded as speculative financial instruments and reached prices equivalent to the cost of a house, was the direct consequence of the European encounter with Ottoman horticultural culture. Fact 21. The Second Siege of Vienna, the high-water mark. The Second Ottoman Siege of Vienna in 1683 CE was the last great Ottoman attempt to push the imperial frontier into the heart of Western Europe. The military operation that, in its failure, marked the definitive turning of the strategic tide against the Ottoman Empire and inaugurated the long period of territorial retreat that would characterize the following 2 centuries. The siege was an enterprise of extraordinary ambition and extraordinary logistical complexity. The Ottoman Grand Army that marched on Vienna in the summer of 1683 CE numbered somewhere between 150,000 and 300,000 men, making it one of the largest military forces assembled in the history of pre-industrial warfare, and its supply train stretched back hundreds of kilometers across the Balkans to the Ottoman heartland in Anatolia. The Grand Vizier Kara Mustafa Pasha, the commander of the Ottoman forces and the driving force behind the campaign, arrived before the walls of Vienna on July 14, 1683 CE, and immediately made a fateful decision that would seal the campaign's outcome. Rather than launching an immediate all-out assault that might have overwhelmed the city's inadequate garrison before relief could arrive, he chose to conduct a formal siege, digging approach trenches, mining the walls, and gradually reducing the defenses in the methodical Ottoman style that had served the empire well against slower and less determined defenders. The decision gave the relief force time to assemble. The relief of Vienna on September 12, 1683 CE, in the Battle of Kahlenberg, fought on the hills overlooking the besieged city, was one of the decisive military engagements of European history. The combined relief force of Habsburg, Polish, and German troops under the overall command of the Polish king, Jan II Sobieski, launched a massive downhill cavalry charge that broke the Ottoman lines and sent the Grand Army into headlong retreat, abandoning the vast camp it had established before the walls with all its supplies, artillery, and treasures. Among the items found in the abandoned Ottoman camp were large quantities of coffee beans, introducing, according to legend, the beverage to Vienna that would soon become synonymous with the Viennese coffeehouse culture. Kara Mustafa Pasha was executed on Christmas Day 1683 CE by order of the Sultan, strangled with a silken cord, the traditional Ottoman method of executing officials too important to shed blood for the failure of the campaign. His stuffed head was reportedly sent to Istanbul as proof of execution. Fact 22. The Ottoman Navy, ruling the seas between 3 continents. The Ottoman Empire that is most familiar to Western history is the land empire of the Janissaries and the Grand Viziers, the empire of fortified frontiers and vast Anatolian armies. But the Ottoman state was also, at the height of its power, a formidable naval empire, the dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean, the Black Sea, and the Red Sea, and a significant presence as far afield as the Indian Ocean. Where Ottoman fleets challenged Portuguese commercial supremacy in the waters off the coasts of India, East Africa, and the Persian Gulf. The story of the Ottoman Navy is one of the less familiar but most remarkable aspects of the empire's history. The architect of Ottoman naval power was Hayreddin Barbarossa, a corsair of mixed Greek and Turkish parentage born on the island of Lesbos around 1478 CE, who built a private piratical empire in North Africa before entering Ottoman service and being appointed Grand Admiral, Captain Letter 131 Dia, by Sultan Suleiman I in 1533 CE. Under Barbarossa, the Ottoman Navy transformed from a collection of river and coastal patrol vessels into a blue water fleet, capable of projecting power across the Mediterranean. His victory over the combined Habsburg-Genoese fleet at the Battle of Preveza in 1538 CE, sinking or capturing most of the Christian fleet in a single engagement, established Ottoman naval supremacy in the Mediterranean that would last until Lepanto in 1571 CE. The Ottoman Navy's reach extended far beyond the Mediterranean. In the 1530s, the Ottoman Admiral Piri Reis, also known as a cartographer, whose surviving world map of 1513 CE includes a remarkably accurate representation of the coastlines of South America, led expeditions into the Indian Ocean to challenge Portuguese control of the spice trade routes. Ottoman fleets reached the coasts of India, established a presence in the Persian Gulf, and fought several engagements with Portuguese forces, though they were ultimately unable to dislodge the Portuguese from their established commercial positions. The Piri Reis map, one of the most discussed cartographic documents in the history of geography, remains a subject of scholarly fascination and popular speculation. Its accurate delineation of coastlines that were supposedly unknown to Europeans in 1513 CE raising questions that historians and geographers continue to debate. Whether the accuracy reflects lost sources, cartographic extrapolation, or something more mysterious, the map stands as a monument to the Ottoman world's engagement with the full breadth of geographic knowledge available in its day. Fact 23. The Ottoman decline, a debate that never ends. The Ottoman Empire ruled vast territories for 6 centuries, and the question of when, why, and how it began to decline has occupied historians for as long as the empire has existed. Indeed, Ottoman intellectuals began writing about decline while the empire was still at the height of its power, identifying in the apparent deviations from the institutions of Suleiman's golden age the seeds of future weakness. The historiography of Ottoman decline is one of the most contested and most intellectually productive fields in the study of the pre-modern world, and the answers that different historians have proposed illuminate not just the Ottoman experience but fundamental questions about how empires work and fail. The traditional narrative of Ottoman decline, dominant in Western scholarship from Gibbon's time through much of the 20th century, attributed it to a combination of dynastic weakness, institutional rigidity, and cultural stagnation. The replacement of capable sultans by incompetent ones, the growing power of the Janissaries, and the harem at the expense of effective central government, the failure to absorb European military and scientific innovations, and the corruption of a meritocratic system by the hereditary entrenchment of a military bureaucratic class that put its own interests above those of the empire. More recent scholarship has substantially complicated this picture. Historians have pointed out that many of the institutions and practices identified as symptoms of decline were in fact adaptive responses to changing circumstances, that the shift from campaign-focused sultans to palace-bound ones reflected not weakness, but the rational delegation of military command to professional generals, that the abandonment of the devshirme reflected the development of a native Ottoman administrative class, and that the empire's apparent failure to innovate was partly a function of the same structural factors that made innovation difficult in every pre-modern state. The most persuasive recent accounts of Ottoman decline emphasize external factors as much as internal ones. The global price revolution caused by American silver flooding European markets, which inflated the costs the Ottoman state faced while reducing the real value of its revenues. The military revolution in Western Europe that produced new tactics and weapons the Ottomans were slower to adopt. And the shift in global trade patterns produced by the oceanic routes that bypassed Ottoman territories and diverted the transit revenues that had sustained imperial finances. Fact 24. Topkapi Palace, the heart of the empire. The Topkapi Palace, Topkapi Sarayı, the Palace of the Cannon Gate, was the primary residence of the Ottoman sultans from its construction by Mehmed II in the 1460s and 1470s CE until the mid-19th century, when Sultan Abdülmecid I moved the imperial household to the newly built Dolmabahce Palace on the Bosphorus shore. For almost 400 years, Topkapi was the administrative heart of the Ottoman Empire, the space in which the Sultan received ambassadors, conducted the business of government, and maintained the elaborate court ceremonial that expressed and reinforced the imperial authority of the dynasty. It was also, in its physical layout, a precise architectural expression of Ottoman political philosophy, a series of progressively restricted courtyards that defined, through the barriers between them, the hierarchies of access that organized the imperial system. The palace was not a single building, but a vast complex of courts, pavilions, libraries, kitchens, barracks, treasuries, and gardens spread over approximately 700,000 square meters on the tip of the peninsula where the Bosphorus, the Golden Horn, and the Sea of Marmara converge, the most strategically and aesthetically commanding site in Istanbul. The organization of the palace into 4 successive courts, each more restricted in access than the last, expressed the Ottoman conception of imperial authority as a progressive withdrawal from the public world into an increasingly sacred private space at whose innermost point sat the Sultan himself, accessible only to the most privileged members of the imperial household. The Topkapi treasury housed the most extraordinary collection of objects in the Ottoman world: jeweled thrones and ceremonial weapons, the Topkapi dagger with its enormous emeralds, the 86-carat spoonmaker's diamond, whose legend involves a street peddler who traded it for 3 wooden spoons, the sword of Osman that was girded on the new sultan at his coronation as the founding symbol of dynastic legitimacy, and the most sacred relics of the Islamic world, the cloak and footprint of the Prophet Muhammad, the bows of the first 4 caliphs, and fragments of the door and other objects from the Kaaba in Mecca. Today, the Topkapi Palace is one of the most visited museums in the world, receiving approximately 3 million visitors annually, and its collection remains one of the most extraordinary assemblages of imperial material culture anywhere on Earth. Fact 25. The Ottoman legal system, law across 3 continents. The Ottoman Empire was, at its foundation, a legal order, a state whose authority rested not merely on military power, but on a comprehensive legal system that governed the lives of its subjects across 3 continents and 6 centuries, with a degree of consistency and sophistication that remains one of the most significant contributions of the Ottoman world to the broader history of human governance. The Ottoman legal system combined Islamic Sharia law, the Ottoman secular canon legislation compiled under Suleiman the Magnificent and subsequent sultans, and the customary laws of specific regions and communities into a layered and sometimes internally contradictory but broadly functional legal framework that provided the empire's diverse populations with recourse to courts, protection of property rights, and regulation of commercial relations. At the apex of the legal system was the Sharia, the divine law of Islam, interpreted and applied by the ulama, the class of Islamic religious scholars who staffed the empire's religious courts and whose authority in matters of personal status, inheritance, religious endowments, and commercial contracts was formally recognized by the state. The Ottoman ulama were organized into a hierarchy headed by the Shaykhul Islam, the chief Islamic jurist, whose fatwa opinions on legal questions had binding force on the court system. In practice, the relationship between the Sultan and the Shaykhul-Islam was a subtle negotiation of authority. Several Shaykhul-Islams were dismissed by sultans who disliked their opinions, but several sultans also found their ambitions constrained by unfavorable fatwas. The Canon legislation, the secular Ottoman law issued by the Sultan's authority and applied by the courts staffed by the Qadis, the Ottoman judges, covered the areas of administrative, criminal and fiscal law that Sharia did not fully address, regulating tax rates, military service obligations, land tenure, and a wide range of commercial and criminal matters. The Canon represented the Ottoman Sultan's claim to legislative authority alongside their religious obligations, a claim grounded in the concept of siyasa, the discretionary regulatory power of the ruler to govern in the public interest. The millet system's grant of legal autonomy to non-Muslim communities meant that the Ottoman legal order was genuinely plural. Different communities living in the same city might be governed by different personal law systems depending on their religious affiliation, a degree of legal diversity that has no close parallel in any contemporary state. Fact 26. Sulayman's death and the myth of the eternal sultan. The death of Sulayman I on September 6 or 7, 1566 CE, in his tent before the fortress of Szajfara in Hungary, during his 13th and final military campaign, at the age of approximately 71, was kept secret from the Ottoman army and the world for 3 weeks, during which the Grand Vizier Sokolu Mehmed Pasha administered the empire as if the Sultan was still alive and merely resting in his tent. Grand Viziers brought reports to the tent entrance and received orders in return. Meals were prepared and formally presented. The fiction of imperial continuity was maintained with absolute discipline by the inner circle of the court until the new Sultan Selim II had been informed, could be brought to the front, and could receive the army's loyalty before the truth of his father's death was revealed. The secrecy surrounding Sulayman's death was not merely a practical precaution against the military and political chaos that the news might have caused, though it was certainly that, but an expression of a deeper Ottoman political philosophy about the nature of imperial authority, which resided not in the person of the Sultan, but in the office, the dynasty, and the state that the Sultan embodied. The state could not be seen to have a gap. The empire could not acknowledge even the momentary absence of its sovereign without inviting the disorder that such acknowledgement might bring. In this sense, the 3 weeks of theatrical performance before the Sultan's tent were a kind of constitutional fiction that kept the world turning while succession was secured. Sulayman died as he had lived, on campaign in a military context, still attempting to extend the empire that his father had handed him at its already extraordinary extent. He had reigned for 46 years, the longest reign of any Ottoman sultan, and had died pursuing the same military agenda that had characterized his accession to power. The campaign he was conducting when he died was ultimately unsuccessful. Szajfara fell, but the Ottoman army was too exhausted to advance further into Habsburg territory. His body was returned to Istanbul, where it was buried in the tulip he had commissioned adjacent to the Süleymaniye Mosque, a building that his architect Sinan had designed as the supreme expression of Ottoman imperial identity, a statement in stone of the power and piety of the Sultan who had commissioned it, and who now lay within its shadow forever. Fact 27. The Ottoman economy, money, grain, and empire. The Ottoman Empire was sustained by one of the most complex economic systems of the pre-modern world, a fiscal military state whose ability to project power across 3 continents depended on its capacity to extract resources from an enormously diverse range of environments, from the grain-growing plains of Anatolia and the Balkans to the textile workshops of Bursa and Cairo. From the spice transit revenues of Istanbul's customs houses to the silver mines of the Balkans and the gold fields of Sudan, the management of this economic complexity was the central challenge of Ottoman governance throughout the empire's history. The agrarian sector was the foundation of the Ottoman economy, providing the grain surpluses that fed the cities and the army and the tax revenues that funded the imperial machine. The Ottoman land system, the timur system, allocated the tax revenues of specific agricultural districts to Sipahi cavalrymen in return for military service, creating a mechanism that simultaneously financed the provincial cavalry army and maintained a class of landholders with a stake in the productivity and stability of the rural economy. The timur system functioned effectively in the classical period of Ottoman expansion, but came under increasing strain as expansion slowed, and the number of military claimants grew faster than the revenue base could support. The Ottoman capital provisioning system, the effort to keep Istanbul, a city of perhaps 700,000 to 1 million people at its height, supplied with affordable food, was one of the most sophisticated urban supply systems in the pre-modern world, involving detailed regulation of grain prices and distribution, the maintenance of state granaries against shortage, the control of exports that might divert food from the capital, and the organization of supply fleets that brought grain from Egypt and the Black Sea, littoral to the Bosphorus every season. The Ottoman monetary system was repeatedly destabilized in the 16th and 17th centuries by the influx of American silver into European markets, which caused inflation across the empire as the purchasing power of the silver axe fell, creating fiscal pressures that forced the government into currency debasement, extraordinary taxation, and the sale of offices, contributing to the structural weakening of the imperial system and generating widespread popular discontent that periodically erupted in revolts and rebellions. Fact 28. Ottoman cartography, mapping the known world. The Ottoman Empire produced some of the most remarkable cartographic work of the early modern period: maps, portolan charts, and geographical treatises that combine the accumulated knowledge of the Islamic geographical tradition, the Ptolemaic inheritance mediated through Byzantine and Italian cartography, and the new information flowing into Istanbul from Ottoman navigators, merchants, and diplomats stationed across the empire and beyond its frontiers. The Ottoman engagement with geography and cartography was not merely a scholarly exercise, but a practical imperial necessity. An empire governing territories from Algeria to the Persian Gulf needed sophisticated spatial knowledge to administer its provinces, plan its campaigns, and manage its commercial relationships. The most celebrated Ottoman cartographer is Piri Reis, the admiral and scholar whose 1513 CE world map is one of the most discussed cartographic documents in the history of geography. The map, drawn on gazelle skin and presenting approximately a third of the globe from a projection centered on Cairo, includes remarkably accurate representations of the Atlantic coastlines of Europe and Africa, the Caribbean islands, and the northeastern coast of South America. Accuracy that, for a map drawn only 21 years after Columbus's first voyage, has excited both scholarly admiration and popular speculation. Piri Reis noted in his marginal annotations that he had compiled information from 20 sources, including maps brought from the court of Columbus himself. The Kitableta 131 Barii, the Book of Navigation, compiled by Piri Reis around 1521 CE and revised in 1526 CE for presentation to Sultan Suleiman, was the most comprehensive Ottoman contribution to navigational cartography. A massive work in 2 volumes containing detailed portolan charts of the Mediterranean coasts, harbors, and islands, accompanied by explanatory text describing the tides, currents, anchorages, and navigational hazards of each location. It was a practical sailing manual of extraordinary scope and detail, the product of a lifetime of navigational experience combined with systematic collection of information from other mariners. The Ottoman geographical tradition also produced the Sihanuma, the Mirror of the World, compiled by the 17th century Ottoman scholar Katip Celebi, who attempted to synthesize the Islamic and European geographical traditions in a single comprehensive work, incorporating information from Dutch and Flemish atlases that he read with the assistance of a converted French priest who translated the Latin texts for him. Fact 29. The Ottoman Tulip Era, Decadence and Reform. The period in Ottoman history known as the Lale Devri, the Tulip Era, refers to the reign of Sultan Ahmed III from approximately 1718 to 1730 CE, a brief but culturally brilliant interlude of peace, aesthetic refinement, and cautious engagement with European culture that followed the military setbacks of the late 17th century and preceded the renewed military crises of the 18th. It takes its name from the extraordinary fashion for tulip cultivation that swept the Ottoman elite during this period, a passion for the cultivation and collection of new tulip varieties that reached a pitch of intensity comparable to the Dutch tulip mania of the 1630s and produced an aesthetic culture of gardens, pavilions, night festivities, and poetry that represented the most elegant and most consciously pleasure-seeking moment in Ottoman imperial history. The Tulip Era was inaugurated by the Treaty of Passarowitz in 1718 CE, the peace settlement that followed a series of Ottoman military defeats and that required the empire to cede significant territories to the Habsburg Empire and Venice. The Grand Vizier Nevşehirli Damat Ibrahim Pasha, who dominated Ottoman policy during the period, drew from the military failures of the preceding decades the conclusion that the empire needed to engage more seriously with European knowledge, technology, and institutional practices if it was to compete effectively with its increasingly powerful Western neighbors. The cultural experiments of the Tulip Era included the establishment of the first Ottoman printing press, founded in 1727 CE by Ibrahim Mutafarrika, a Hungarian convert who had spent years arguing for the intellectual benefits of printed books against the resistance of the scribal and religious establishments. The press produced 17 books before it was suspended by the revolt that ended the tulip era, covering subjects including Ottoman history, geography, and language, a modest beginning, but a symbolically significant one for a society that had hitherto reproduced its written culture entirely through manuscript. The tulip era ended abruptly in September 1730 CE with the Patrona Halal revolt, a popular uprising led by an Albanian former janissary turned merchant that reflected the resentment of the Istanbul lower classes at the perceived decadence of the court elite and the costs of the failed military campaigns that had preceded it. Ahmed II abdicated, the Grand Vizier was executed, and the era of pleasured refinement gave way to a more austere military focus. Fact 30. The Greek War of Independence, when the empire began to crack. Greek War of Independence, which broke out in 1821 CE and culminated in the formal recognition of an independent Greek state by the great powers in 1832 CE, was the first successful nationalist revolt against Ottoman rule, the event that demonstrated that the multi-ethnic Ottoman imperial framework could be challenged and dismembered by the new force of ethnic nationalism that the French Revolution and the Napoleonic era had unleashed across Europe. And the conflict that established the pattern of great power intervention in Ottoman internal affairs that would accelerate the empire's territorial decline throughout the 19th century. The Greek revolt was not merely a military conflict, but a cultural and ideological earthquake whose reverberations extended far beyond the eastern Mediterranean. The revolt began on March 25, 1821 CE, a date that the modern Greek state celebrates as its national day, when Bishop Germanos of Patras reportedly raised the standard of revolt at the monastery of Agilavra in the Peloponnese. The actual origins of the revolt were considerably more complex. The Philiki Eteria, a secret revolutionary society founded in Odessa in 1814 CE, had been organizing and preparing for years, building networks of sympathizers across the Greek diaspora and within the Ottoman provinces. The immediate trigger was the simultaneous revolt of Alexander Ypsilantis, a Greek general in Russian service, who crossed the Prut River into the Ottoman province of Moldavia in February 1821 CE. The Ottoman response to the revolt was brutal and counterproductive. The execution of the ecumenical patriarch Gregory V on Easter Sunday 1821 CE, hanged in his vestments from the gate of the Patriarchate in Istanbul in reprisal for the revolt, horrified European public opinion and generated an enormous wave of Hellenic sympathy that brought volunteers, money, and eventually great power intervention to the Greek cause. Lord Byron, the most celebrated poet in Europe, died at Messalonhi in 1824 CE while organizing military support for the Greek insurgency. His death transformed him into a martyr of the cause and intensified the European emotional investment in Greek independence. The decisive military intervention came in October 1827 CE at the Battle of Navarino, in which a combined British, French, and Russian fleet destroyed the Ottoman Egyptian naval force in a battle that the British government initially described as an untoward event, but that effectively decided the outcome of the war. Fact 31. The Tanzimat reforms. The empire tries to reinvent itself. The Tanzimat, the word means reorganization in Ottoman Turkish, was the sweeping program of administrative, legal, and social reform that the Ottoman government undertook between 1839 and 1876 CE in response to the military defeats, territorial losses, and financial pressures of the early 19th century. And in response to the growing pressure of the European great powers, who conditioned their diplomatic support for Ottoman territorial integrity on evidence that the empire was modernizing its institutions in accordance with European norms. The Tanzimat was the most ambitious attempt at self-transformation in Ottoman history, a conscious effort to rebuild the empire's administrative and legal foundations on European models while preserving the essential character of an Islamic state, and its legacy is still debated by historians of the Middle East and the Mediterranean world. The Tanzimat era is conventionally dated from the promulgation of the Imperial Edict of Gulhain in November 1839 CE, in which Sultan Abdülmecid I, guided by the reforming foreign minister Mustafa Rashid Pasha, announced the empire's commitment to a set of fundamental principles. The security of the life, honor, and property of all Ottoman subjects regardless of religion, a regular system of taxation to replace the previous arbitrary assessments, and a regularized system of military conscription to replace the ad hoc levies of the past. The edict was addressed to all subjects of the empire, Muslim and non-Muslim alike, a statement of civic equality unprecedented in Ottoman history and deeply unsettling to those who believed that the Islamic character of the state required the subordination of non-Muslims. The subsequent decades of Tanzimat reform produced a wave of institutional changes that transformed the face of Ottoman government. New law codes modeled on French and European precedents, a reformed court system, a new system of provincial administration, a restructured financial system, new secular schools, and eventually a secular university, an Ottoman civil code, and a wide range of measures designed to integrate the empire's non-Muslim populations more fully into the civic life of the state. The reforms generated both genuine modernization and fierce resistance, from conservative religious scholars who saw them as an abandonment of Islamic principles, from provincial elites whose power was threatened by centralization, and from non-Muslim communities that found the gap between reforming rhetoric and actual practice frustratingly wide. Fact 32. The Crimean War, when Europe fought to save the Ottomans. The Crimean War of 1853 to 1856 CE, in which the Ottoman Empire, allied with Britain, France, and the Kingdom of Sardinia, fought the Russian Empire over control of the Black Sea region and the rights of Christian minorities in Ottoman territories, was one of the most consequential conflicts of the 19th century, the first war to be extensively photographed and telegraphed. The conflict that produced Florence Nightingale's modern nursing practice and Leo Tolstoy's early literary career, and the war that simultaneously demonstrated that the Ottoman Empire could not survive without European support, and that European support came with the price of ongoing interference in Ottoman internal affairs. The immediate cause of the war was a dispute between Russia and France over the rights of Orthodox and Catholic Christian communities in Jerusalem and Bethlehem, a seemingly trivial religious quarrel that masked a deeper confrontation over Russian ambitions to dominate the declining Ottoman Empire and British and French determination to prevent a single power from controlling the strategic straits between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. Tsar Nicholas I attempted to negotiate a bilateral agreement with Britain to partition the Ottoman Empire. Britain refused and instead allied with France and the Ottoman state against the Russian advance. The fighting, centered primarily on the Crimean Peninsula, where the Allied powers besieged the Russian naval base at Sevastopol for 11 months, was marked by extraordinary suffering on all sides and by a degree of organizational incompetence, particularly among the British, that became the subject of scandalous public attention at home. The charge of the Light Brigade at Balaclava in October 1854 CE, in which a misunderstood order sent a brigade of British cavalry charging into a valley swept by Russian artillery fire, with catastrophic results, became the most famous episode of the war and a permanent symbol of military blundering, immortalized by Tennyson's poem. The peace settlement, the Treaty of Paris of 1856 CE, formally admitted the Ottoman Empire to the concert of Europe as a sovereign state entitled to the protection of international law, a diplomatic achievement that also imposed new obligations of internal reform and minority protection that gave European powers a permanent pretext for intervention in Ottoman internal affairs. The war also accelerated internal Ottoman reform. The need to show European allies a modernizing state produced administrative changes that reshaped Ottoman governance even as the fighting continued. Fact 33. The Armenian Question, the empire's darkest chapter. The history of the Armenian community within the Ottoman Empire, and the catastrophe that befell it in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, is the darkest and most contested chapter in the entire 6th century history of the Ottoman state, events whose interpretation and moral weight remain subjects of bitter political controversy in Turkey, Armenia, and the international community to the present day. The Armenian people had lived in Anatolia for millennia. They were, in a meaningful sense, among the most ancient inhabitants of the land, and their community within the Ottoman Empire had been substantial, economically significant, and culturally productive for centuries before the events that destroyed it. The first major wave of massacres came in the 1890s, during the reign of Sultan Abdulhamid II, who responded to Armenian nationalist agitation and the demands of European powers for the protection of Armenian rights with a policy of violent suppression that resulted in the deaths of between 80,000 and 300,000 Armenians in a series of organized massacres between 1894 and 1896 CE. The European powers protested, but took no effective action, a pattern of ineffectual condemnation that would repeat itself with even more catastrophic consequences 20 years later. The Armenian Genocide of 1915 to 1923 CE, the systematic deportation and mass killing of the Ottoman Armenian population, ordered by the Committee of Union and Progress government during World War I, resulted in the deaths of between 600,000 and 1.5 million Armenians through a combination of direct massacre, death marches into the Syrian desert, starvation, and disease. The deportations began in April 1915 CE with the arrest and execution of Armenian community leaders in Istanbul, and proceeded as a systematic program across Anatolia that destroyed most of the Armenian community that had existed there for thousands of years. Whether these events constitute genocide, a deliberate, organized campaign to eliminate a people, is the official position of approximately 30 countries and the conclusion of the overwhelming majority of genocide scholars, though the Turkish state continues to dispute this characterization, arguing that the deaths resulted from wartime necessity and intercommunal violence rather than systematic extermination. The destruction of the Armenian community of Anatolia remains a wound in the history of the region, and the absence of that community from lands where it had lived for millennia is a silence that travelers in eastern Turkey still feel. Fact 34. The Young Turks' Revolution from Within. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 CE, in which the Committee of Union and Progress forced Sultan Abdülhamid II to restore the constitution of 1876 CE that he had suspended 2 years after its promulgation, was one of the most dramatic political events in late Ottoman history, a moment of genuine popular jubilation in which the prospect of constitutional government, civic equality, for all Ottoman subjects regardless of religion, and a modernized empire capable of resisting European encroachment seemed briefly within reach. The jubilation did not last long. The Committee of Union and Progress, the İttihat ve Terakki Cemiyeti, whose members were known in Western press coverage as the Young Turks, had its origins in the frustrations of a generation of Ottoman military officers and civil servants educated in the empire's new secular schools, who had absorbed European ideas of constitutionalism and nationalism, and who attributed the empire's continuing military and territorial decline to the despotism and obscurantism of Abdülhamid's regime. Their organizational base was the 3rd Army Corps in Salonika, then still an Ottoman city, where their networks were strong enough to initiate the revolution when they feared their conspiracies were about to be discovered. The revolution of 1908 CE restored the constitution and seemed to promise a new era of Ottoman politics, but the promise was rapidly betrayed. The counter-revolution of April 1909 CE, an uprising of conservative religious forces that briefly threatened to restore Abdülhamid's personal rule, was crushed by the Young Turk military, who deposed Abdülhamid and replaced him with his more pliable brother named V. Over the following years, the CUP progressively concentrated power in its own hands, eliminating political competition and establishing an effective one-party state under leadership dominated by 3 figures: Enver Pasha, Talat Pasha, and Semel Pasha. The decision of the CUP leadership to enter World War I on the side of the Central Powers in November 1914 CE, against the advice of many within the Ottoman government and military establishment, was the decision that ultimately destroyed the empire. The entry into the war on the German side that the CUP triumvirate forced through in 1914 would ultimately destroy not just the empire they led, but in the case of Talat and Semel, their own lives. Both were assassinated in European exile by Armenian avengers in 1921. Fact 35. Abdülhamid II, the Red Sultan and the Pan-Islamic Dream. Sultan Abdülhamid II, who reigned from 1876 to 1909 CE, longer than any other 19th century Ottoman sultan, was the most complex, most controversial, and in many ways the most capable of the later Ottoman rulers. A man who modernized the empire's infrastructure and educational system, while systematically repressing the political freedoms that the Tanzimat reformers had promised, who pursued a sophisticated foreign policy that played the European powers against each other with considerable skill, who invested heavily in the Islamic character of the Ottoman state as a source of legitimacy and international influence, and who responded to the genuine security threats his empire faced with a combination of political police, censorship, and preemptive violence that earned him the epithet given by his enemies, Kizil Sultan, the Red Sultan. The contradictions of Abdülhamid's reign are visible in his domestic policy. He oversaw the construction of approximately 9,000 schools across the empire, established the first Ottoman law school, expanded the telegraph network to over 30,000 kilometers, and began construction of the Hijaz Railway, the rail line connecting Istanbul to the holy cities of Mecca and Medina that was both a practical military and administrative achievement and a powerful symbol of Ottoman Islamic identity. At the same time, he maintained a vast network of secret police and informers, censored the press and the postal system, and exiled or imprisoned thousands of political opponents. His pan-Islamic policy, the deliberate cultivation of the Ottoman Sultan's role as caliph, the spiritual leader of all Sunni Muslims, as a source of international influence and domestic legitimacy, was one of the most sophisticated diplomatic strategies of the late Ottoman period. By projecting Ottoman influence into the Muslim communities of British India, Russian Central Asia, and European colonial territories, Abdulhamid sought to create a form of soft power that could partially compensate for the empire's military and economic weakness. An early experiment in what we would today call public diplomacy, conducted across religious rather than national lines. He was deposed by the Young Turk Revolution in 1909 CE and spent the remaining years of his life under comfortable house arrest, reportedly spending his time reading novels and doing carpentry, a domesticated end for a sultan who had navigated the most dangerous decades in Ottoman history with more skill than most of his contemporaries recognized. Fact 36. The Ottoman Empire in World War I, the final gamble. The Ottoman Empire's entry into World War I on the side of the Central Powers in November 1914 CE, sealed by a secret alliance with Germany signed in August 1914 CE, just days after the war began, was the decision that ended the empire. The final wager of a leadership that had watched their state lose almost all of its European territories in the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913 CE, and that saw in the chaos of a world war the last opportunity to reverse the tide of Ottoman territorial decline and settle scores with Russia, which had been the Ottoman state's most persistent and most damaging enemy for 2 centuries. The wager failed at every level. The war brought multiple simultaneous military crises. The Caucasus campaign against Russia began disastrously in December 1914 CE, when the Ottoman Third Army, commanded by the War Minister Enver Pasha, attempted a winter flanking maneuver through the mountains that resulted in the destruction of most of the army through cold, disease, and Russian counterattack. Somewhere between 60,000 and 90,000 Ottoman soldiers died in the Sarikamish campaign, the majority from exposure and frostbite. The Gallipoli campaign of 1915 CE, the Anglo-French attempt to knock the Ottomans out of the war by seizing the Dardanelles and threatening Istanbul, was the one theatre in which the Ottomans achieved a decisive defensive victory, under the brilliant divisional command of Lieutenant Colonel Mustafa Kemal, who would later become Ataturk. The Arab Revolt of 1916 CE, instigated by the British, who promised the Arab nationalist leader Sharif Hussein of Mecca an independent Arab kingdom in return for rebellion against the Ottoman state, was a major blow to Ottoman control of the Arab provinces and is associated in Western imagination with the exploits of T.E. Lawrence, the British officer who coordinated and participated in the Arab guerrilla campaign against Ottoman lines of communication. The Ottoman Empire surrendered on October 30, 1918 CE, the Armistice of Mudros, and the victorious Allied powers proceeded to divide its remaining territories among themselves in a settlement that seemed to confirm the complete dismemberment of the Ottoman state. The war also killed an extraordinary proportion of the Ottoman male population. Some historians estimate that the empire lost between 15 and 20% of its total population between 1914 and 1923 to combat, disease, famine, and mass displacement. Fact 37. The Sultan's wives and the imperial family, dynasty and succession. The Ottoman dynasty, the House of Osman, as it was known, was one of the longest-lived ruling dynasties in the history of the world, maintaining unbroken male-line succession from Osman Bey's death around 1323 CE to the abolition of the Sultanate in 1922 CE, a span of approximately 600 years during which 36 sultans ruled in succession, without the dynasty losing the throne to a rival family. This dynastic continuity was not accidental but the product of a set of institutional arrangements, some deliberate, some emergent, that managed the always dangerous problem of imperial succession in ways that, despite their often brutal character, kept the Ottoman throne in Ottoman hands through centuries of internal and external challenge. The most notorious of these arrangements was the law of fratricide, the practice, institutionalized by Mehmed II in his law code, by which the newly enthroned sultan was legally authorized to execute all his brothers to prevent the civil wars that competing princes might generate. The practice was not invented by Mehmed II. Fratricide had occurred in the Ottoman succession before his reign, but his codification of it as a legal norm transformed a brutal political expedient into an official institution. The execution of 19 princes when Mehmed III came to the throne in 1595 CE, the largest single fratricidal killing in Ottoman history, was the most extreme application of the principle. From the early 17th century onward, The practice of fratricide was replaced by the kayf system, the cage, in which Ottoman princes were confined to apartments within the palace, cut off from political life and surrounded by concubines who had been made unable to bear children until their turn to rule arrived. The psychological effects of years of confinement, boredom, and uncertainty on the men who emerged from the cage to rule the empire were often severe. Several of the sultans most associated with erratic behavior in the 17th century had spent their formative years in precisely this condition. The succession eventually shifted to a system of seniority. The eldest surviving male of the dynasty succeeded, which reduced the incentive for fratricidal violence, but also meant that the Ottoman throne was frequently inherited by men who were old, infirm, or psychologically damaged by decades of enforced isolation. The cage had preserved the dynasty. It had not always preserved the men inside it. Fact 38. Ottoman literature and poetry, the empire of words. The literary culture of the Ottoman Empire was one of the most sophisticated and most productive in the Islamic world. A tradition of poetry, prose, history, biography, travel writing, and religious scholarship that flourished over 6 centuries in Ottoman Turkish, Arabic, and Persian, and that produced works of enduring aesthetic achievement alongside the voluminous practical literature of imperial administration. Ottoman literature is less well known in the West than the architectural and military achievements of the empire, partly because of the difficulties of Ottoman Turkish, a language written in the Arabic script and saturated with Arabic and Persian vocabulary that was essentially a different language from the modern Turkish that replaced it after Atatürk's language reform of 1928 CE. The dominant form in Ottoman literary culture was poetry, specifically the highly formal Persian-influenced lyric poetry of the divan tradition, which organized its expression around a complex system of conventional imagery, metaphysical conceits, and musical formal requirements that demanded years of education to master and decades of practice to produce at the highest level. The greatest Ottoman poet in the divan tradition is generally considered to be Fuzuli, a 16th century poet who wrote in Turkish, Arabic, and Persian, and whose Masnavi poem on the Layli and Meknun theme is considered one of the masterpieces of Islamic literature. Suleiman the Magnificent himself composed poetry of genuine quality under the pen name Muhibi, the Beloved. The Ottoman travel literature tradition produced in Evliya Çelebi, a 17th century traveler and writer who claimed to have traveled 51 years and 400,000 kilometers across the Ottoman Empire and beyond, one of the most extraordinary personalities in the history of world travel writing. His Seyahat name, the Book of Travels, running to 10 volumes, is an inexhaustible treasury of observations, anecdotes, legends, and descriptions of the Ottoman world that has no parallel in any other language of the period. The Ottoman historical tradition, represented by writers like Mustafa Namer, whose History of the Empire from 1591 to 1659 CE is one of the great works of Ottoman historical writing, provided the empire with a continuous narrative self-understanding that Ottoman historians returned to and debated throughout the empire's history, creating a rich tradition of historical reflection that paralleled the empire's centuries of military and political action. Fact 39. The Siege of Malta, the battle the Ottomans lost. The Great Siege of Malta in 1565 CE, in which an Ottoman force of approximately 40,000 men besieged the island stronghold of the Knights of St. John for 4 months, and was ultimately repulsed by a defending force of approximately 8,000 men, was one of the most dramatic military confrontations of the 16th century. A siege of extraordinary violence and determination on both sides that was followed across Europe, with an intensity comparable to the interest generated by Lepanto 6 years later. The failure of the siege marked the first serious check to Ottoman expansion in the central Mediterranean, and the news of its outcome was received in Rome and Madrid, with celebrations that rivaled those that would greet the victory at Lepanto. The Knights of St. John, the Hospitaller order that had been driven from Rhodes by Suleiman the Magnificent in 1522 CE and had subsequently established themselves on Malta, were among the most formidable military forces in the Mediterranean world, elite warrior monks whose fortifications on Malta represented the most advanced defensive architecture of the period. Their commander, the 70-year-old Grand Master Jean de Valette, was one of the great military leaders of the age, a man who had himself been a galley slave after capture by Ottoman forces in an earlier engagement, and who knew the enemy he was facing with terrible intimacy. The siege began in May 1565 CE with the Ottoman assault on the fortress of St. Elmo, a small but critically positioned fortification that the Ottomans expected to take in a matter of days. St. Elmo held for 5 weeks, costing the Ottomans over 6,000 casualties before it finally fell. The fall of Saint Elmo prompted Mustafa Pasha, surveying the scale of his losses, to remark bitterly that if the small son had cost so much, what would the father cost, referring to the much larger fortress of Saint Angelo that still remained to be taken. The Ottoman assault on the main fortifications continued through the summer with desperate intensity on both sides, before the arrival of a Spanish relief force in early September forced the Ottoman commanders to withdraw. The victory was celebrated across Christian Europe as a providential deliverance, and the new city of Valletta, built on the Ceberas Peninsula after the siege, was named in honor of the Grand Master who had organized the successful defense. Suleiman the Magnificent, who died the following year on his Hungarian campaign, never attempted to retake the island. Fact 40: the Ottoman Empire and the Jews, 1,000 years of refuge. The relationship between the Ottoman Empire and its Jewish communities was one of the most significant and most enduring aspects of the empire's multi-ethnic, multi-religious character. A relationship that spanned more than a millennium and that produced, at its best, a degree of Jewish communal flourishing and cultural productivity that stands in sharp contrast to the persistent persecution of Jewish communities in contemporary Christian Europe. The Ottoman Empire was not uniformly hospitable to its Jewish subjects. There were periods of discrimination, economic pressure, and occasional violence, but it was, for most of its history, genuinely more welcoming to Jewish life than most of the alternatives available in the pre-modern world. The most consequential single event in the history of Ottoman Jewry was the arrival of the Sephardic Jews expelled from Spain in 1492 CE. The approximately 100,000 to 200,000 Sephardic Jews and conversos who accepted the invitation of Sultan Bayezid II to settle in Ottoman territories after Ferdinand and Isabella issued their edict of expulsion. The Sultan's reception was motivated partly by humanitarianism, partly by the practical recognition that the skills, commercial connections, and financial resources of the Spanish Jewish community represented a valuable addition to the Ottoman economy, and partly by the cultural confidence of a ruler who could afford to welcome what his rivals had driven away. The Sephardic Jews settled primarily in Istanbul, Salonika, Edirne, and other major cities of the empire, bringing with them the Ladino language, a form of medieval Castilian Spanish that remained the daily language of the Sephardic community in the Ottoman world for 5 centuries, and the commercial, intellectual, and medical expertise that made them rapidly indispensable to their new home. The Jewish community of Salonika became so commercially dominant that the city's markets were closed on the Jewish Sabbath, a practical accommodation of minority religious practice that had no parallel in most of Europe. The Ottoman Jewish community produced outstanding figures in medicine, commerce, and diplomacy, most notably the physician Moses Hammon, who served as personal physician to Suleiman the Magnificent, and the businesswoman Donia Gracia Nassi, who used her commercial fortune and network of contacts across the Ottoman and European worlds to organize the escape of conversos from the Portuguese Inquisition, one of the most remarkable humanitarian operations of the 16th century. Fact 41: Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the man who buried the empire. Mustafa Kemal, who would later take the surname Atatürk, father of the Turks, bestowed on him by the Turkish Grand National Assembly in 1934 CE, was the most consequential figure in the history of the post-Ottoman world. The military commander who organized the resistance against the Allied partition of Anatolia after World War I, the political leader who transformed that military resistance into a revolutionary nationalist movement, the founder of the modern Turkish Republic proclaimed on October 29, 1923 CE. And the radical reformer who spent the 15 years between the Republic's founding and his death in 1938 CE systematically dismantling the institutional, legal, cultural, and religious foundations of the Ottoman world, and replacing them with a secular, Western-oriented, aggressively modernizing state that bore almost no resemblance to what had come before. The Turkish War of Independence of 1919 to 1923 CE, the conflict through which Kemal and his nationalist forces expelled the Greek, Armenian, French, and Italian armies from Anatolia and forced the Allied powers to negotiate a new peace settlement, was a military achievement of extraordinary difficulty, accomplished by forces that were poorly equipped, outnumbered on multiple fronts, and operating from a base of organization in central Anatolia, with no reliable lines of supply. The decisive victory came in August and September 1922 CE, when the Turkish nationalist forces launched a massive offensive against the Greek army at the Battle of Dumlupinar that destroyed the Greek military in Anatolia and drove it to the coast in a rout that ended with the burning of Smyrna, modern Izmir, and the deaths of tens of thousands of Greek and Armenian civilians. The Treaty of Lausanne of 1923 CE, which superseded the earlier Treaty of Sevres that had carved up Anatolia among the Allies, recognized the borders of the new Turkish state, and included the provision for a massive population exchange. Approximately 1.2 million Greeks were expelled from Anatolia, and approximately 400,000 Muslims were expelled from Greece in a compulsory transfer of populations that was the largest such operation in history to that date, and that permanently reshaped the ethnic composition of both countries. Ataturk's subsequent reforms, abolishing the Sultanate in 1922, the Caliphate in 1924, replacing the Arabic script with the Latin alphabet in 1928, introducing the Western calendar, giving women the right to vote before most European countries did, were implemented at revolutionary speed and with a determination that brooked no opposition. Fact 42. The Ottoman Empire's Arab provinces, the world the empire made. The Ottoman Empire governed the Arab world for approximately 4 centuries, from the conquest of Egypt and Syria under Selimai in 1516 and 1517 CE, to the collapse of Ottoman authority in the Arab provinces during and immediately after World War I, and the world it made in those 4 centuries, the cities it built, the institutions it created, the legal frameworks it imposed, and the social and cultural patterns it fostered. Shaped the Arab Middle East as profoundly as any force since the original Arab Islamic conquests of the 7th century. The legacy of Ottoman rule in the Arab world is a subject of ongoing historical debate, increasingly subjected to careful empirical analysis that has moved beyond simple judgments toward a more nuanced accounting of what Ottoman rule actually meant for the people who experienced it. The great cities of the Arab world, Cairo, Damascus, Aleppo, Baghdad, Beirut, Jerusalem, were shaped by 4 centuries of Ottoman governance that built mosques, hands, markets, fountains, courts, and schools, that maintained the roads and trade routes connecting them to each other and to Istanbul, that imposed a legal order providing at least formal protection for life and property, and that integrated them into an imperial economic system whose scale created commercial possibilities that purely local political arrangements could not have sustained. The architecture of the old cities, the hammams and khans, the Ottoman clock towers, the distinctive style of the Ottoman mosque complex, is the physical embodiment of this 4-century relationship. The Ottoman administration of the Arab provinces was, like all imperial administration, simultaneously exploitative and developmental, extracting revenues and military manpower, while investing in the infrastructure and institutions that made extraction possible and sustainable. The provinces were governed by Ottoman-appointed pashas, usually Turkish or Balkan in origin, assisted by local Arab notables whose cooperation was essential and who accumulated significant local power within the imperial framework. The collapse of Ottoman authority during World War I, accelerated by the British-instigated Arab Revolt of 1916 CE and completed by the British and French military occupation of the Arab provinces in 1917 and 1918 CE, created the political vacuum into which the British and French mandates were inserted, drawing the borders of the modern Arab states in ways that reflected the strategic interests of the colonial powers rather than the historical or tribal realities of the territories concerned. Fact 43. Ottoman music, the empire in sound. Musical culture of the Ottoman Empire was one of the richest and most diverse in the pre-modern world. A tradition of court music, religious music, military music, and popular music that drew on Byzantine, Persian, Arab, Central Asian, and eventually European influences to create a distinctive Ottoman sound that is still recognizable in the classical Turkish music tradition and in the military band tradition of the Meta that survives in ceremonial form to the present day. Ottoman music was not a unified system, but a constellation of different traditions and practices, each with its own social context, its own performance practice, and its own relationship to the broader cultural and religious life of the empire. The most prestigious form of Ottoman music was the fasl, the suite of vocal and instrumental pieces performed at the imperial court and in the homes of wealthy patrons, organized according to a system of makams, modes, comparable to the Indian raga system that provided the theoretical framework for improvisation and composition in classical Ottoman music. The makam system distinguished Ottoman music from both European tonal music and from Arab and Persian classical music, creating a sonic world of extraordinary subtlety and complexity that required years of training to master and a lifetime of practice to perform at the highest level. The military music of the Janissary bands, the Meta, was the most widely exported component of Ottoman musical culture, introduced to Western Europe through the Ottoman military campaigns and diplomatic missions of the 16th and 17th centuries, and adopted enthusiastically by European military establishments and eventually by the European classical tradition. Mozart's Turkish March, Beethoven's Battle Symphony, and dozens of other Western classical pieces drew on the distinctive sound of Ottoman military music, the combination of kettle drums, cymbals, triangles, and wind instruments that gave the mater its unmistakable character. The Mevlevi order of Sufi mystics, the whirling dervishes, developed within the Ottoman Empire, one of the most remarkable ritual musical traditions in the history of religion, in which the Sema ceremony combined poetry, music, and the spinning dance of the dervish to create a form of mystical practice that has been recognized by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. The music of the Sema, featuring the haunting sound of the ney flute that Rumi himself celebrated as the voice of longing for the divine, is among the most spiritually resonant musical traditions in the Islamic world. Fact 44. The Ottoman postal system, connecting a world. The Ottoman Empire maintained one of the most extensive and most efficiently organized communication systems in the pre-modern world, a network of courier routes, relay stations, and postal infrastructure that connected Istanbul to the furthest corners of the empire's vast territories, and served as the nervous system through which the commands of the imperial government were transmitted to the provinces and the reports of provincial governors were returned to the capital. The Ottoman communication system was not merely a logistical convenience, but an essential instrument of imperial power, the mechanism through which the Sultan's authority was extended across distances that would otherwise have been insurmountable for a pre-industrial state. The Ottoman postal system, the Menzilhane system, was organized around a network of relay stations positioned at regular intervals along the empire's major road routes, each station maintaining a supply of fresh horses, fodder, and accommodation for imperial couriers. An official courier carrying urgent dispatches from Istanbul to Cairo or Baghdad could cover in days distances that would take an ordinary traveler weeks, changing horses at each relay station and riding through the night if the message was sufficiently urgent. The system was also available to merchants and private individuals who could obtain permission to use the relay horses, a privilege that connected private economic activity to the imperial infrastructure. The telegraph network that Sultan Abdulhamid II expanded to over 30,000 kilometers in the late 19th century transformed the Ottoman communication system as decisively as the original postal routes had. The telegraph allowed the Sultan to receive and respond to news from any corner of the empire within hours rather than days or weeks, concentrating information and decision-making in Istanbul with an immediacy that no previous Ottoman government had possessed. Abdulhamid used the telegraph with extraordinary personal intensity, reportedly the most active telegraph correspondent in the empire, sending and receiving hundreds of messages daily. The Hijaz Railway, the rail line from Damascus to Medina, completed in 1908 CE, just in time to be destroyed by the Arab Revolt 8 years later, represented the most ambitious Ottoman infrastructure project of the late imperial period, cutting the journey time from Damascus to Medina from over 40 days by camel to just over 3 days by train, and transforming the logistics of the annual pilgrimage to the holy cities. Fact 45. The Ottoman Empire and Europe, mutual fascination, mutual fear. The relationship between the Ottoman Empire and the European world was one of the most complex, most consequential, and most intellectually productive relationships in the history of the pre-modern world, a relationship of military confrontation and commercial exchange, of diplomatic negotiation and ideological conflict, of mutual fascination and mutual fear that shaped the development of both civilizations and whose legacy persists in the political and cultural geography of the modern world. The Ottoman Empire was, for most of its history, simultaneously Europe's most dangerous enemy and one of its most important trading partners, a source of existential threat and a source of intellectual and cultural fascination that generated an entire genre of European art, literature, and political thought. The European intellectual response to the Ottoman Empire ranged from the apocalyptic, preachers who saw the Ottoman advance as divine punishment for Christian sinfulness, to the philosophical. The French humanist Guillaume Postal, who traveled to Istanbul in the 1530s and learned Ottoman Turkish and Arabic, argued that the Ottoman Empire demonstrated the possibility of governing a religiously diverse population with a tolerance that Christian Europe singularly failed to achieve. Montesquieu used the Ottoman Empire as a laboratory for his analysis of despotism. Voltaire invoked Ottoman religious tolerance as a rebuke to European intolerance. The European fashion for things Ottoman, the craze for Turkish baths, Turkish coffee, Turkish carpets, Turkish fabrics, and the theatrical genre of the Turkish play that swept European courts in the 17th and 18th centuries, was one of the most widespread cultural phenomena of the early modern period. The Topkapi Palace inspired European fantasies of the Oriental court. Ottoman military dress influenced European military fashion. Ottoman ceramics and textiles were collected and imitated by craftsmen who could not reproduce the originals. The diplomatic relationship between the Ottoman Empire and Europe was managed through the system of resident ambassadors that the Ottomans eventually accepted in Istanbul from the major European powers, and through the capitulations, the commercial privileges granted to European merchants that created a framework of managed commercial interdependence that outlasted the military confrontations of the classical period and continued until the empire's end. Fact 46. The Köprülü Grand Viziers saving the empire from within. The Köprülü dynasty of Grand Viziers, the family that provided the Ottoman Empire with a remarkable succession of capable, reforming chief ministers in the second half of the 17th century, represents one of the most extraordinary episodes in the history of Ottoman governance. A period in which a single family, through a combination of talent, ruthlessness, and institutional memory, arrested what had appeared to be the irreversible decline of the empire and restored sufficient institutional vigor to sustain its survival for another 2.5 centuries. The Köprülü era is a case study in how empires can regenerate under effective leadership, even when their structural problems remain unresolved. The founder of the dynasty's political influence was Köprülü Mehmed Pasha, an elderly Albanian who accepted the Grand Vizierate in 1656 CE at the age of approximately 70 on the condition that he be given absolute authority to govern without interference from the sultan or the harem, that his decisions be implemented without question, and that no one be permitted to petition the sultan against him. The condition was extraordinary, effectively a demand for dictatorial authority over the empire, and the desperate condition of the state was sufficient for Sultan Mehmed IV to accept it. Köprülü Mehmed Pasha proceeded to exercise his authority with a ferocity that earned him a reputation for brutality, even by Ottoman standards. In his 5 years in office, he executed approximately 36,000 people, officials, judges, military officers, and provincial notables whose corruption, incompetence, or disloyalty he had identified, and restored a degree of discipline and financial integrity to the Ottoman system that had been absent for decades. He also reorganized the military, suppressed several provincial revolts, and stabilized the empire's finances sufficiently to fund a renewal of military operations. His son Köprülü Fazıl Ahmed Pasha, who succeeded him in 1661 CE and served as Grand Vizier until his death in 1676 CE, was an even more accomplished statesman. A man of genuine intellectual cultivation, who combined his father's administrative severity with a broader strategic vision, and whose 15-year tenure included the conquest of Crete from Venice in 1669 CE and the successful management of the wars against Poland and Austria that preceded the catastrophic Second Siege of Vienna. Fact 47. Ottoman science and medicine, knowledge across centuries. The Ottoman Empire was not a scientific backwater. The conventional image of an Islamic civilization that had inherited and transmitted the achievements of Greek science without adding to them is a caricature that does justice neither to the medieval Islamic scientific tradition that the Ottomans inherited nor to the genuine scientific and medical work produced within the Ottoman institutional framework over 6 centuries. Ottoman medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and natural history were sophisticated disciplines practiced by learned professionals who worked within institutions, the Imperial Medical School, the Court Observatory, the network of madrasas that provided the organizational basis for sustained intellectual work. The medical tradition of the Ottoman Empire was rooted in the Islamic synthesis of Greek, Persian, and Indian medical knowledge developed by scholars like Avicenna and Rhazes, and transmitted to the Ottoman world through the Madri system and the imperial medical establishment. The imperial hospitals, the Darüşşafas, built as part of the Kuliye complexes of major mosques, provided institutional settings for medical care that were among the most advanced in the world for their time. The most dramatic episode in the history of Ottoman engagement with European science was the establishment of the Istanbul Observatory in 1575 CE by the astronomer Taqi al-Din, a scholar who had made systematic astronomical observations and who persuaded Sultan Murad II to fund construction of an observatory equipped with instruments comparable to those of Tycho Brahe in Denmark. The observatory was destroyed only 3 years after its construction, reportedly on the advice of the Shaykhul Islam, who interpreted a comet observed from its instruments as a bad omen, a decision that Ottoman historians have sometimes cited as an example of the religious resistance to scientific inquiry that later hampered Ottoman intellectual development. The Ottoman Empire's relationship with European scientific advances was uneven and often delayed. The reluctance to adopt the printing press before the 18th century slowed the dissemination of scientific knowledge, and the institutional prestige of the traditional religious sciences within the Madri system created a hierarchy of knowledge in which the new natural philosophy of the European scientific revolution was slow to find institutional support. Fact 48. The last sultans, an empire dying in real time. The last sultans of the Ottoman Empire, the men who occupied the imperial throne between the Young Turk Revolution of 1908 CE and the abolition of the Sultanate in November 1922 CE, governed in conditions of unprecedented crisis and helplessness, their nominal authority increasingly circumvented by the Committee of Union and Progress government, their empire shrinking with each passing year. Their capital eventually occupied by Allied forces, and their person subject to the effective veto of foreign military commanders. The last phase of Ottoman imperial rule was a slow-motion catastrophe in which the traditional mechanisms of Ottoman governance were stripped away one by one, while the sultans who presided over the process were largely powerless to arrest or reverse it. Sultan Mehmed V, drawn out of the caliph's cage after decades of confinement to serve as a constitutional figurehead, was perhaps the most tragic figure of the late Ottoman Sultanate, a man of genuine piety and good intentions who found himself the nominal ruler of an empire whose actual governance was in the hands of the Cup triumvirate. When the Cup declared war on the Entente powers in November 1914 CE, it did so nominally in his name, as Sultan and Caliph, invoking his religious authority to call for jihad against the Christian enemies of Islam, a fatwa issued under conditions of effective political coercion that placed the most solemn religious responsibility on a man who had had no real choice in the matter. Sultan Mehmed VI, the 36th and last Sultan, who came to the throne in 1918 CE as the empire was collapsing around him, faced the even more humiliating prospect of governing a capital city under Allied military occupation and negotiating with occupying powers over the terms of the empire's dismemberment. He cooperated with the Allied occupation in ways that the nationalist resistance under Mustafa Kemal found unforgivable, including signing the Treaty of Sevres of 1920 CE that would have reduced the Ottoman state to a rump territory in north-central Anatolia, and was deposed when the nationalist government abolished the Sultanate in November 1922 CE. He fled Istanbul on a British warship on November 17, 1922 CE, the last Ottoman Sultan leaving his capital on a foreign military vessel, an image that encapsulated the complete reversal of fortune that 6 centuries of history had brought the House of Osman to, and died in exile in San Remo, Italy in 1926 CE, the last of his line to bear the title of Sultan. Fact 49. The population exchanges, unmixing the world the empire had mixed. One of the most lasting and most painful legacies of the Ottoman Empire's collapse was the series of forced population exchanges and expulsions that accompanied the empire's dissolution and the formation of the successor states, movements of peoples that unmixed the ethnically and religiously diverse populations that 6 centuries of Ottoman rule had woven together, creating more ethnically homogeneous states at the cost of enormous human suffering and the permanent destruction of communities that had coexisted for generations. The largest and most consequential of these exchanges was the compulsory Greek-Turkish population exchange, agreed in the Treaty of Lausanne of 1923 CE, the arrangement by which approximately 1.2 million Greek Orthodox Christians were expelled from Anatolia to Greece, and approximately 0 Muslims were expelled from Greece to Turkey, regardless of language, culture, or the generations of roots that most of them had in the places they were forced to leave. The exchange affected communities whose ancestors had lived in their home territories for centuries, Greek Orthodox Christians of Anatolia who spoke Turkish as their mother tongue and had never seen Greece, Muslims of Greece whose families had been there since the Ottoman conquest of the 15th century. The Armenian population of Anatolia, which had numbered perhaps 1.5 to 2 million before World War I, had been largely destroyed or dispersed by the genocide of 1915 to 1923, the survivors scattered across the diaspora in Lebanon, Syria, France, and the United States. The great multi-religious, multi-ethnic cities of the Ottoman world, Salonika, Smyrna, Trabzon, Van, were stripped of the diversity that had been their defining characteristic and remade as ethnically homogeneous communities, in which the traces of their complex pasts were visible only in the ruins of abandoned churches, the names preserved in old documents, and the memories of those who had been expelled. The population exchanges also affected the Jewish communities of the former Ottoman territories. As new nationalist states defined their populations in ethnic rather than imperial terms, the Sephardic Jews of Salonika, the Romaniotes of Greece, and the Jewish communities of newly formed Arab states found their positions increasingly precarious, beginning the migrations that would eventually bring most of them to Israel, France, or the Americas. Fact 50. The Ottoman legacy, what the empire left behind. 600 years after Osman Bey dreamed his dream of the tree that spread over 3 continents, the question of what the Ottoman Empire left behind, what it means for the modern world, remains one of the most contested and most consequential questions in the history of the Middle East, the Balkans, and North Africa. The Ottoman legacy is not one thing but many. A set of institutions, borders, cultural practices, architectural traditions, legal frameworks, and historical memories that shape the political and cultural geography of dozens of modern states, and that continue to generate debate, controversy, and sometimes conflict in the regions the empire once governed. The physical legacy of the Ottoman Empire is visible everywhere in the territories it once controlled, in the mosques and hammams of Sarajevo and Sofia, in the hands and fortresses of Aleppo and Beirut, in the administrative buildings of Cairo and Jerusalem, in the minarets that rise above the skylines of Istanbul and Athens and Budapest. The Ottoman architectural tradition, at its most ambitious, produced buildings of world historical significance, the Süleymaniye Mosque, the Selimite Mosque, the Topkapi Palace, that remain among the most visited and most admired structures on Earth. The political legacy is more contested. The borders of the modern Middle Eastern states, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Palestine, were drawn largely by the British and French mandatory powers after World War I, but on a political geography that was itself the product of centuries of Ottoman governance. The communal identities, Sunni, Shia, Christian, Kurdish, Arab, Druze, that the Ottoman millet system had managed through formal recognition and institutionalized autonomy, now found themselves within states whose borders cut across those communities, creating the fault lines of conflict that have defined the modern Middle East. The personal legacy, the ways in which the Ottoman past continues to live in the memories, identities, and cultural practices of the peoples who were once its subjects, is perhaps the most enduring legacy of all. The Sephardic Jews who still remember Ladino, the Bosniak Muslims who maintain Ottoman architectural and musical traditions, the Greeks whose families carry the memory of Smyrna, the Armenians for whom the catastrophe of 1915 remains the defining event of collective memory, all are living inheritances from an empire that officially ended in 1922 CE, but that continues to shape the world it made. Fact 51. The Ottoman Balkans, 5 centuries of coexistence and conflict. The Ottoman Balkans, the territories of modern Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia, Bosnia, Albania, and Romania, that were under Ottoman rule for periods ranging from 4 to 5 centuries, represent one of the most complex and most contested regions in the history of the Ottoman Empire, a zone where the empire's characteristic combination of administrative integration, religious tolerance, and fiscal extraction produced outcomes still debated by historians and politicians. The Ottoman Balkans were simultaneously a zone of genuine multicultural coexistence and a zone of persistent social hierarchy and ultimately explosive national conflict, as nationalist ideology tore apart the communities that Ottoman governance had imperfectly held together. The Ottoman conquest of the Balkans was accomplished over roughly a century, from the crossing of the Dardanelles in 1354 CE to the fall of Bosnia in 1463 CE, transforming a region divided among a dozen competing medieval kingdoms into a single administrative unit governed from Istanbul. The conquest involved military campaigns, population displacement, the settlement of Muslim populations in strategic locations, and the construction of mosques, hands, and hammams that physically remodeled the urban landscape of the region. The Orthodox Christian population of the Balkans, governed under the millet system, maintained its religious institutions and a degree of local autonomy that allowed it to survive and eventually to form the basis for the national movements that would undo Ottoman rule. The Islamization of parts of the Balkans, particularly Bosnia and Albania, where substantial portions of the local population converted to Islam during the Ottoman period, is one of the most contested historical questions about the region. The motivations for conversion ranged from genuine religious conviction to social advancement within the Ottoman system to the practical desire to avoid the additional taxes imposed on non-Muslims. The Muslim populations of Bosnia and Albania today, constituting the majority of those countries' populations, are the living descendants of this process, their communities a permanent legacy of Ottoman rule in the heart of southeastern Europe. The violent dissolution of Ottoman Balkan power in the 19th and early 20th centuries, the Greek War of Independence, the Serbian revolts, the Russo-Turkish Wars, and the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913 CE, was accompanied by enormous population movements, massacres, and expulsions that destroyed the mixed communities the Ottoman system had fostered. Fact 52. The Ottoman Sudan and East Africa, the empire's southern reach. The Ottoman Empire's engagement with sub-Saharan Africa and the East African coast, less well known than its Mediterranean and Balkan history, but genuinely significant, represents one of the most geographically ambitious aspects of the empire's commercial and political reach, extending the influence of Istanbul into the networks of the Indian Ocean world, the trans-Saharan trade routes, and the economies of northeastern Africa in ways that shaped the social and political geography of those regions long after Ottoman political authority had faded. The most substantial Ottoman presence in Africa was in Egypt and the North African provinces, the Maghreb states of Tripolitania, Tunis, and Algiers, which were nominally under Ottoman suzerainty from the 16th century onward, though in practice they operated with a high degree of autonomy under local dynasties, and the Barbary corsair commanders whose raids on European shipping were simultaneously a source of revenue and a persistent diplomatic problem for the Ottoman state. Egypt itself was the most economically valuable of all Ottoman provinces. Its agricultural surplus and its commercial revenues from the spice trade and the transit trade between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean were essential components of the imperial budget. The Ottoman engagement with the Sudan and the Red Sea region was driven partly by the commercial logic of controlling trade routes connecting the East African and Arabian coasts to the Mediterranean, and partly by the religious significance of the region as the gateway to Mecca and Medina, whose protection was a fundamental responsibility of the Ottoman Caliphate. The Ottoman naval presence in the Red Sea, the Ottoman garrison towns along its coasts, and the Ottoman administration of the Hijaz region gave the empire a foothold in the economic networks of the Western Indian Ocean that it maintained for centuries. The East African slave trade, which channeled enslaved Africans from the interior of the continent through the Swahili coast ports to the Arabian Peninsula and the wider Islamic world, operated within networks that touched the Ottoman commercial world at multiple points. Ottoman merchants and agents participated in the trade in ways that connected the empire's economy to one of the most brutal systems of human exploitation in the history of the African continent, a dimension of Ottoman commercial history that deserves as much scholarly attention as its more celebrated achievements. Fact 53. The Ottoman printing press, words come late. The story of the printing press in the Ottoman Empire is one of the most discussed and most misrepresented episodes in the history of Ottoman intellectual culture, a story that has been used as evidence for the empire's intellectual backwardness and its supposed rejection of modernity, and that in its more nuanced versions reveals instead a complex interaction between the economic interests of the scribal class, the religious concerns of the ulama, the commercial interests of non-Muslim communities, and the practical obstacles to adapting the Arabic script to mechanical reproduction. The Ottoman relationship with print technology was not a simple story of rejection, but a complicated negotiation between competing interests that ended in a cautious adoption that was too late and too limited to transform the empire's intellectual culture. The printing press had been available in Europe since the 1450s CE, the decade of the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople, but it was not until 1494 CE that the first printing press operated in Istanbul, established by Sephardic Jewish immigrants who printed books in Hebrew for the local Jewish community. This detail is often overlooked in accounts of Ottoman rejection of print. The printing of books in non-Arabic scripts, Hebrew, Greek, Armenian, was permitted in the empire from the late 15th century onward, and the non-Muslim communities of Istanbul had access to printed books in their own languages for 2 centuries before the first Ottoman Turkish printing press was established. The first Ottoman Turkish printing press was established by Ibrahim Mutafarrika, the Hungarian convert whose story has already been touched on in the context of the tulip era, in 1727 CE, and it produced 17 books in the following decade before it was suspended in 1742 CE. The press resumed operation later, and Ottoman printing gradually became established, but it never achieved the transformative cultural impact that print had had in Europe. The Ottoman educated class was too small, the literacy rate too low, and the competition from the established manuscript tradition too entrenched. The Arabic script itself posed genuine technical obstacles to mechanical reproduction in the early modern period. Its complex ligatures and context-sensitive letter forms made the casting of movable type far more difficult than the relatively simple requirements of the Latin alphabet, but these were not insuperable obstacles, as the eventual success of Arabic script printing in the Ottoman Empire itself demonstrated. Fact 54. The Ottoman frontier, life on the edge of empire. The frontiers of the Ottoman Empire, the zones where Ottoman administrative control shaded into contested territory, where military engagement with neighboring states was constant or periodic, and where the populations who lived in these borderlands developed distinctive cultures adapted to the conditions of perennial uncertainty and intermittent violence, were among the most dynamic and most interesting environments in the entire imperial system. The places where the empire's institutional character was most visibly tested, and where the most remarkable individuals often emerged. The Ottoman frontier was not a line but a zone, and it was a zone of enormous social and cultural complexity. The most important Ottoman frontier was the Danube frontier, the border zone between the Ottoman Balkans and the Habsburg Empire, which was the site of almost continuous military tension from the Ottoman crossing of the Danube in the 15th century to the Treaty of Karlowitz in 1699 CE that marked the beginning of Ottoman territorial retreat in Europe. The Danube frontier was defended and raided from both sides by a class of professional warriors, the Akinsay raiders on the Ottoman side, the Uskoks and Panduas on the Habsburg side, whose livelihood depended on the continuation of conflict, and who constituted a social world organized around the values of martial skill, religious identity, and communal loyalty that was quite distinct from the settled agricultural society behind them. The Anatolian Persian frontier, the zone where Ottoman and Safavid power confronted each other across the mountains and plateaus of eastern Anatolia and the Kurdish highlands, was another zone of permanent military tension and cultural complexity, where Kurdish tribal confederations played the two empires against each other, where Sufi orders with trans-frontier loyalties complicated the neat religious boundary that the states attempted to draw, and where the local population maintained cultural traditions that belonged to neither of the imperial cultures pressing in from both sides. The North African frontier, the boundary between Ottoman nominally controlled territory in the Maghreb and the European powers competing for commercial and strategic advantage in the Western Mediterranean, was the most fluid of all the Ottoman frontiers, a zone of corsair raiding, ransoming, conversion, and cultural exchange that produced some of the most remarkable intercultural encounters of the early modern Mediterranean world. Fact 55. The Ottoman Divan, government at the heart of power. The Imperial Divan, the Divan Letter 131 Humayun, the Imperial Council, was the central institution of Ottoman governmental administration, the body in which the empire's most senior officials met regularly to conduct the business of government under the nominal presidency of the Sultan, and from the mid-16th century onward, under the effective presidency of the Grand Vizier. The Divan was simultaneously a council of state, a supreme court of appeal, a diplomatic reception venue, and the symbolic heart of the Ottoman governmental system, the space in which the authority of the Sultan was exercised over the affairs of the empire, and in which the principal officers of the state gathered to demonstrate their collective loyalty to imperial power. The composition of the Divan in its classical form included the Grand Vizier as its presiding officer, the Kadiaskars, the chief military judges who provided the religious and legal expertise of the council, the Defterdar, the chief financial officer responsible for the imperial treasury, the Nisansai, the official responsible for the Sultan's signature on official documents, and the Capudan Pasha, the admiral of the fleet. These were the principal officers of the Ottoman state, and their meeting in the Divan 4 times per week in the classical period represented the regular heartbeat of imperial administration. The Sultan's relationship to the Divan evolved significantly over time. In the earlier period, the Sultan presided in person over the council's deliberations, hearing petitions, receiving ambassadors, and making decisions in public view. From the reign of Sulayman I onward, the Sultan increasingly withdrew from personal participation, observing proceedings from behind a grille without participating, a change that reflected both the increasing delegation of executive authority to the Grand Vizier and the broader tendency of the Ottoman court toward the progressive seclusion of the imperial person. By the 17th century, the Divan had been effectively superseded as the empire's primary decision-making body by the Grand Vizier's own council, which met in the Grand Vizier's residence, the Bab Letter 131 Ali, or Sublime Porte. The term Sublime Porte, the Ottoman governmental establishment, as referred to by European diplomats, derives from this transfer of governmental authority from the imperial palace to the Grand Vizier's residence, whose gate became the address of the effective government of the empire. Fact 56. The Whirling Dervishes, Sufism and the Soul of the Empire. The Sufi mystical tradition, the current of Islamic spirituality that sought direct experiential knowledge of God through devotional practice, spiritual discipline, and the guidance of a master, was one of the most vital and most influential forces in the religious and cultural life of the Ottoman Empire, a tradition that permeated Ottoman society at every level from the imperial palace, where sultans maintained personal relationships with Sufi sheikhs, to the humblest urban neighborhood, where the local tekke, the Sufi lodge, served as a center of community life, spiritual guidance, and social welfare. The most famous of the Ottoman Sufi orders was the Mevlevi, the order founded in the 13th century by the followers of the poet Jalal al-Din Rumi in Konya, whose distinctive ritual practice of the sema, the whirling dance accompanied by the music of the ney flute, the rebab, and the voice, made them the most immediately recognizable and the most internationally celebrated expression of Ottoman spiritual culture. The Mevlevi order occupied a position of unique prestige within the Ottoman religious establishment. Its leaders in Konya, the Celebi, were among the most respected religious figures in the empire, and the girding of the sword on a new sultan was sometimes performed by the Mevlevi Celebi in recognition of the order's spiritual authority. The Bektashi order, another major Ottoman Sufi tradition, associated with the Janissary Corps and with the heterodox religious practices of the empire's Anatolian and Balkan borderlands, represented a very different face of Ottoman Sufism. A tradition that blended Shia and Sunni elements, incorporated pre-Islamic Turkish and Anatolian religious practices, and served as the spiritual home of the empire's frontier warriors and of the Alevi and Kizilbash populations of Anatolia, whose religious practices the Ottoman establishment regarded with deep suspicion. The Bektashi order was suppressed along with the Janissaries in 1826 CE. The tekke, the Sufi lodge, was one of the most important social institutions of the Ottoman city, serving simultaneously as a hostel for travelers, a school for spiritual seekers, a charitable kitchen for the poor, and a gathering place for men of all classes who found in the Sufi community a form of belonging and spiritual sustenance that the official mosque alone could not provide. The tekkes were closed by Ataturk in 1925 CE as part of the secularizing reforms of the Turkish Republic, but the orders they housed survived in diaspora and in private practice. Fact 57. The Ottoman grain trade, feeding an empire. The provisioning of the Ottoman imperial capital, the extraordinary challenge of keeping the city of Istanbul, a metropolis of between 500,000 and 1 million people at its height, fed, clothed, and supplied with the full range of goods required for the functioning of a complex urban civilization, was one of the greatest organizational challenges of the pre-modern world, and the Ottoman state's management of this challenge through a combination of direct regulation, commercial incentives, and strategic control of the trade routes that brought food to the capital, represents one of the most impressive examples of pre-industrial urban supply management in the history of human settlement. The Ottoman capital provisioning system was built around the control of two primary grain supply routes: the Black Sea route, which brought grain from the agricultural regions of Moldavia, Wallachia, and the Ukrainian steppes through the Bosphorus to Istanbul, and the Egyptian route, which brought grain from the Nile Delta, the most productive agricultural region in the Mediterranean, through the ports of Alexandria and Damietta to the Ottoman capital. The control of both routes required the maintenance of Ottoman naval supremacy in the Black Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean, and the administrative capacity to regulate the grain trade on terms that ensured Istanbul's priority of supply over competing consumers. The Grand Bazaar, the Kapilisarshi, the covered market, was the commercial heart of the Ottoman provisioning system, the space in which the commodities that flowed into Istanbul from every corner of the empire and beyond were bought, sold, and distributed to the city's population. Its organization into specialized hands and bedestans, the covered halls dedicated to particular commodities, reflected the Ottoman state's systematic approach to commercial regulation, in which the price, quality, and distribution of essential commodities were controlled by guilds operating under government supervision. The grain shortages that periodically struck Istanbul, when drought reduced harvests, when conflict disrupted supply routes, or when administrative failures allowed hoarding and speculation to drive up prices, were among the most politically dangerous events in Ottoman domestic politics, triggering popular unrest, protests in the streets of Istanbul, and sometimes the fall of grand viziers who were blamed for failing to keep the capital fed. Fact 58. The Ottoman military revolution, war evolves. The Ottoman Empire's military history spans 6 centuries of continuous adaptation and change, from the nomadic mounted warfare of Osman's frontier warriors in the late 13th century to the westernized professional armies of the late 19th century. And the story of how the Ottoman military evolved in response to changing technology, changing opponents, and changing strategic environments is one of the most instructive case studies in the history of military organization. The Ottoman military was never a static institution, and its periods of greatest effectiveness were precisely those in which it most successfully adapted to the demands of a changing military landscape. The classical Ottoman military system of the 15th and 16th centuries, the combination of the Janissary infantry, the provincial Sipahi cavalry, the irregular Akinci raiders, and the supporting auxiliary forces, was the most effective military system in the Western world for over a century, capable of projecting force across enormous distances, sustaining sieges of unprecedented scale, and adapting tactically to a wide range of opponents and terrain. Its effectiveness rested on several structural advantages: the institutional continuity of the Janissary Corps, the logistical sophistication of the Ottoman supply system, the quality of the Ottoman artillery, and the disciplined coordination of combined arms that the Ottoman command system facilitated. The military challenges of the late 16th and 17th centuries, the intensification of the long Turkish war against the Habsburgs, the wars against the Safavid Persians, and the increasing effectiveness of European musketeer infantry, forced a series of military adaptations that transformed the Ottoman army. The number of musket-armed troops expanded dramatically, new fortress designs adapted to gunpowder warfare were developed, and a new class of professional light infantry, the Sekban, was recruited to supplement the increasingly inadequate Janissary Corps. The Ottoman military reforms of the 19th century, beginning with Mahmud I's destruction of the Janissaries in 1826 CE and the creation of the Nizamleta 131 Ceded, the New Order Army, culminating in the creation of a Western-style professional military establishment trained by German officers, were the most radical military transformation in Ottoman history, producing the army that fought with remarkable effectiveness in the Balkan Wars and World War, even as the empire that employed it was collapsing. Fact 59. Ottoman women beneath the veil and beyond it. The lives of women in the Ottoman Empire, like the lives of women in every complex pre-modern society, were shaped by a combination of Islamic religious law, Ottoman secular legislation, local custom, class position, and the individual circumstances of specific women and families that makes any simple generalization about the position of women in Ottoman society both tempting and misleading. Ottoman women were legally subordinate to their male guardians in many domains of life, excluded from the formal political institutions of the state, but they were also property owners, businesswomen, litigants in the Sharia courts, patrons of charitable foundations, and in some cases the most powerful individuals in the empire. The Sharia courts of the Ottoman Empire, the Qadi courts that administered Islamic personal law throughout the empire's territories, provide the most direct surviving evidence for the lives of ordinary Ottoman women, in the form of the court registers that recorded property transactions, marriage contracts, divorce settlements, inheritance disputes, and the full range of legal actions that women brought before the courts in their own names. These registers, preserved in archives from Istanbul to Cairo and from Sarajevo to Jerusalem, reveal a picture of women's legal activity that is considerably more extensive and more assertive than the conventional image of Islamic women's legal incapacity would suggest: women suing their husbands for divorce, claiming inheritance rights against resistant male relatives, managing their own property with a degree of legal independence that European women of comparable social status rarely enjoyed. The charitable foundations, the vakif, that Ottoman women of means established throughout the empire were among the most important expressions of female agency in the Ottoman system. By endowing a mosque, a school, a fountain, or a kitchen for the poor, a wealthy woman could fulfill her religious obligations and create an institutional legacy that would outlast her. The foundation was administered by trustees who maintained the endowed institution in perpetuity and kept the founder's name alive in the community she had served. The women of the imperial harem occupied a unique position at the apex of Ottoman female experience, figures of extraordinary influence in some periods, of complete subordination in others, their lives shaped by the peculiar combination of privilege and constraint that the imperial household imposed on those who lived within its walls. Fact 60. The fall of Salonika, a city the empire lost. The city of Salonika, Thessaloniki in Greek, Selanik in Ottoman Turkish, was, for much of the Ottoman period, the most cosmopolitan, the most economically dynamic, and the most culturally diverse city in the entire empire, a place where the Ottoman Turkish administrative class, the large Sephardic Jewish community that had been the city's dominant commercial force since the arrival of the Spanish exiles in 1492 CE, the Greek Orthodox Christian population, the Albanian Muslim community, the Vlach merchants, and the Durnmi, the descendants of the followers of the false messiah Sabbatai Zevi, who had converted to Islam in 1666 CE but maintained crypto-Jewish practices, coexisted in a proximity that was sometimes tense, but was more often a functioning example of the Ottoman multicultural urban ideal at its most productive. Salonika's Jewish community was the largest urban Jewish population in the world in the 16th and 17th centuries, outnumbering the Greek and Turkish populations combined, dominating the city's commerce, weaving workshops, and intellectual life, speaking Ladino in the streets, maintaining their own schools and rabbinical courts, and contributing to the city's reputation as a center of Kabbalistic scholarship that attracted students from across the Jewish diaspora. The city's markets were closed on the Jewish Sabbath. Its quays were worked primarily by Jewish stevedores. Its textile industry was organized around Jewish weaving workshops that produced the cloth for the Janissary uniforms. Salonika fell to the Greek army on November 8, 1912 CE, one day before a Bulgarian force arrived to claim the same prize, establishing the city definitively within the borders of the modern Greek state. The Ottoman period in the city's history ended on that day, but the transformation of the city's population that completed the end of Ottoman Salonika took longer. The population exchange of 1923 CE expelled the city's Turkish Muslim population, and the Holocaust of 1943 CE, in which approximately 50,000 Salonican Jews were deported to Auschwitz, destroyed the Sephardic community that had made the city extraordinary. The Salonika that exists today is an overwhelmingly Greek city, its Ottoman and Jewish pasts visible only in a handful of surviving mosques, the fragments of old Jewish cemeteries, and the work of historians who have painstakingly reconstructed the world that was destroyed. Fact 61. The Ottoman Caravanserai, Highways of Commerce. The caravanserai, the Han, the Imarat, the Kervansaray, was the Ottoman Empire's most essential commercial infrastructure. A network of fortified way-station inns that lined the trade routes of Anatolia, the Balkans, the Arab provinces, and the Persian frontier, providing shelter, food, water, and security to the merchants, pilgrims, diplomats, and soldiers who traveled through the empire's territories. The caravanserai network was one of the most extensive and most consciously organized commercial infrastructures in the pre-modern world, built and maintained by the Ottoman state and by private donors, who endowed these establishments as pious foundations, whose upkeep was financed in perpetuity by the revenues of attached properties. The standard Ottoman caravanserai was a substantial stone building organized around a central courtyard, with vaulted halls for animals and goods on the ground floor and sleeping accommodation for travelers on the upper floor. The larger and more prestigious Hans, such as the Sultan Han on the Konyaraksaray Road, one of the finest surviving examples of Seljuk Ottoman caravanserai architecture, were monumental buildings whose scale and quality of construction proclaimed the power and generosity of their founders as unmistakably as any mosque or palace. They provided travelers with accommodation, food, fodder, and basic medical care free of charge for a period of 3 days, a form of hospitality that was simultaneously a religious duty, a political statement, and a commercial subsidy. The Urban Han, the multi-story commercial building organized around a courtyard that served as a warehouse, workshop, and trading floor for merchants dealing in specific commodities, was the commercial heart of every Ottoman city, the space in which the wholesale trade of the empire was conducted, in which foreign merchants established their depots and offices, and in which the social life of the commercial class was organized. The Bedestan, the covered hall for the trade in luxury goods, was typically the most architecturally prestigious component of the urban commercial complex, its vaulted stone roof providing security for the most valuable commodities. The decline of the caravanserai network from the 17th century onward, as oceanic commerce diverted the trade routes they served, as maintenance fell behind available resources, and as new forms of commercial infrastructure superseded the traditional Han, was one of the clearest physical manifestations of the broader economic challenges that confronted the Ottoman Empire in its later centuries. Fact 62. The Ottoman Pashas, men who govern the world. The Pashas, the Ottoman provincial governors and senior military commanders, who held the highest executive authority in the empire's territorial administration, were the human face of Ottoman imperial power in the provinces, the men who translated the decrees of the imperial council into the daily reality of governance across a territory stretching from Algeria to the Persian Gulf. The Pasha class was one of the most fascinating social formations in the pre-modern world, a meritocratic elite that was theoretically open to talent from any background, educated in the highly competitive environment of the palace school, deployed across the empire's vast territories without regard for ethnic origin, and simultaneously the most powerful and the most vulnerable class in Ottoman society. The career of a successful Ottoman Pasha was defined by mobility, a pattern of appointments to successively more prestigious provincial governorships, interrupted by periods of service in the capital, that could carry a talented man from an obscure provincial background to the highest offices of the empire in the course of a single lifetime. The governor of Egypt was a more powerful man, in terms of the territory and revenue under his command, than most European monarchs. The governor of Rumelia commanded a military establishment that could field armies comparable to those of the major European states. The governor of Baghdad was simultaneously a military commander, a civil administrator, a Supreme Court judge, and a diplomatic representative. The tensions between the central imperial government and the provincial pashas, between the sultan's theoretical sovereignty and the practical necessity of delegating authority to men who were often far from the capital and whose power within their provinces was enormous, were a permanent feature of the Ottoman system and a perennial source of political crisis. Pashas who accumulated too much local power or who built private armies that complicated the central government's control could find themselves confronting an imperial rescripting order that might mean dismissal, exile, or death. The Derebis, the Valley Lords, who emerged in parts of Anatolia in the 18th century as locally powerful notables whose authority had effectively broken free from central control, represented the most extreme form of this tension, a phenomenon that prefigured the larger challenge of provincial autonomy that would confront the Tanzimat reformers in the 19th century. Fact 63. The Ottoman Empire and Russia, the great northern enemy. The Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire were the two great territorial powers of the Eurasian world, and their relationship, defined by 14 major wars fought between 1568 and 1918 CE, by permanent competition for control of the Black Sea region and the Caucasus. By the recurring question of the fate of Orthodox Christians under Ottoman rule that gave Russia a pretext for intervention in Ottoman internal affairs, and by the slow but inexorable shift in the military and economic balance between the two empires that transformed Russia from a secondary threat into the primary driver of Ottoman territorial decline, was the most consequential bilateral relationship in Ottoman history. No other adversary cost the Ottoman Empire more territory, more population, or more blood than Russia. The wars between the Ottoman and Russian empires began seriously in the late 16th century, when the expanding Russian state under Ivan the Terrible began pressing into the Caucasus and the northern Black Sea steppe, territories that the Ottomans had regarded as their own sphere of influence since the conquest of the Crimea and the subjugation of its Tatar Khanate in the 1470s CE. The early encounters were relatively inconclusive, but the balance began to shift decisively in the late 17th century, when the Russian victory at the Siege of Azov in 1696 CE, under the personal command of Peter the Great, gave Russia its first Black Sea foothold and signaled the emergence of a new and more dangerous adversary. The Russo-Turkish War of 1768 to 1774 CE, in which Catherine the Great's forces destroyed the Ottoman fleet at the Battle of Seshmi in 1770 CE and drove the Ottomans out of the Crimea and the northern Black Sea coast, was the most decisive single conflict in the Ottoman-Russian relationship, the point at which the military balance tipped irrevocably in Russia's favor. The Treaty of Kusuk-Kaynarka of 1774 CE that ended the war gave Russia the right to protect Orthodox Christians in Ottoman territories, a provision that would be used in every subsequent crisis as a justification for Russian intervention. The Crimean War of 1853 to 1856 CE, discussed earlier, was the only conflict in which the Ottoman Empire was able to reverse a Russian military advantage, and only then through the direct military intervention of Britain and France, a dependency that illustrated precisely the structural weakness that defined the Ottoman-Russian relationship in its final century. Fact 64. The Ottoman Spy Network, Intelligence and Paranoia. The Ottoman imperial government maintained an extensive intelligence and surveillance apparatus throughout the empire's history, one of the most sophisticated systems of political intelligence in the pre-modern world, operating through a combination of formal intelligence services, informal networks of informers, the systematic reading of diplomatic correspondence, and the interrogation of travelers, merchants, and diplomats who passed through the empire's territories. Ottoman intelligence was not a modern professional intelligence service in the bureaucratic sense, but it was a pervasive and often effective system for monitoring threats to the state and to the person of the Sultan. The palace system itself was organized around layers of surveillance and counter-surveillance. The pages and slaves who served in the imperial household were watched by their superiors. The superiors were watched by the chief officers. The chief officers were watched by the Sultan himself or by his trusted intimates. The eunuchs of the harem served simultaneously as guardians of the women of the household and as agents of the Sultan's intelligence within it. The Janissary officers who commanded the empire's most powerful military force were themselves monitored by competing divisions, whose rivalry provided a form of internal check on the corps. Sultan Abdulhamid II, who ruled from 1876 to 1909 CE, and who expanded the Ottoman intelligence apparatus to its greatest extent, maintained what contemporaries described as the most extensive spy network in Europe, employing an estimated 30,000 to 40,000 informers across the empire and abroad, censoring the press and the postal system, and maintaining dossiers on thousands of suspected political opponents. His intelligence system monitored the activities of Ottoman students abroad, tracked the activities of exile political groups in Paris, Geneva, and Cairo, and attempted to penetrate the networks of the Armenian, Greek, and Macedonian nationalist organizations that were organizing against Ottoman rule. The intelligence apparatus also operated at the frontier, where Ottoman agents monitored the activities of foreign powers and their representatives in the Ottoman territories. The capitulation system that gave European merchants and diplomats extraterritorial privileges in the empire made systematic intelligence collection against them difficult, but the Ottoman government maintained its own networks of informers within the European commercial communities of Istanbul and Smyrna and in the embassies of the major powers. Fact 65. The Ottoman Empire's cultural synthesis, where East met West. The Ottoman Empire occupied the geographical and cultural intersection of the Islamic world and the European world for 6 centuries, and the civilization it produced was neither simply a continuation of the medieval Islamic tradition nor a variant of European Christian culture, but a distinctive synthesis that drew on both in ways that produced something genuinely new. An imperial culture that was simultaneously Islamic and cosmopolitan, simultaneously rooted in the traditions of the Central Asian Turkic world, and engaged with the intellectual and aesthetic achievements of the Byzantine, Persian, Arab, and eventually European traditions that surrounded it. Ottoman civilization at its most creative was the product of this synthesis. The architecture of the Ottoman Imperial Mosque, culminating in the masterworks of Mimar Sinan, drew simultaneously on the structural achievements of the Byzantine domed basilica tradition, most immediately the Hagia Sophia, and on the spatial ideals of the Persian and Seljuk mosque tradition, producing in buildings like the Selamite Mosque a synthesis that was recognizably Ottoman and recognizably distinct from either of its sources. The tile work that decorated the interiors of the great mosques, the Iznik tiles of the 16th century, with their extraordinary blues, reds, and greens, drew on Chinese ceramic traditions transmitted through the Persian and Central Asian worlds and transformed them into an Ottoman aesthetic of extraordinary refinement. Ottoman miniature painting, the tradition of illustrated manuscript production that flourished under the patronage of the sultans from the 15th through the 17th centuries, drew on both the Persian miniature tradition and the Turkic pictorial tradition of Central Asia, producing a distinctively Ottoman visual language that depicted the ceremonies, campaigns, and festivities of the imperial court with a precision and detail that makes Ottoman miniatures among the most valuable historical documents of the period, as well as among its most beautiful. The Ottoman literary tradition drew on Persian poetry's formal structures and Arabic religious and philosophical learning, while producing a distinctively Turkish sensibility that expressed itself in the folk poetry tradition of the Ashiks, the traveling minstrels, and in the divan poetry of the court, creating a literary culture that was simultaneously multilingual and multicultural, and yet unmistakably Ottoman in its characteristic preoccupations and aesthetic values. Fact 66. The Battle of Mohacs, Hungary disappears. The Battle of Mohacs on August 29, 1526 CE, in which the Ottoman army of Sultan Suleiman I destroyed the Hungarian royal army in approximately 2 hours of fighting, killed the Hungarian King Louis II as he fled the battlefield, and ended the independent medieval kingdom of Hungary, was one of the most consequential military engagements of the 16th century. A battle whose outcome reshaped the political map of Central Europe for 2 centuries, and whose memory continues to occupy a special place in Hungarian national consciousness as the moment of the nation's great catastrophe. Suleiman had already demonstrated his military capabilities by capturing Belgrade in 1521 CE, removing the fortress that guarded the main route into Hungary from Ottoman attack. The Hungarian King Louis II, young, poorly served by his advisors, chronically short of funds, and abandoned by most of the European powers who had promised assistance, faced the Ottoman advance with an army that was outnumbered, underfunded, and poorly led. The Hungarian decision to give battle at Mohacs rather than retreat and wait for reinforcements was a strategic error of the First Order, and the result of the battle reflected the disparity in size, organization, and experience between the two armies. The Ottoman victory was so complete that the Hungarian army ceased to exist as a military force. The Archbishop of Esztergom and 2 other bishops, 7 magnates, and approximately 20,000 soldiers were killed in the battle or the pursuit that followed. Louis II drowned in a stream while fleeing. The Hungarian crown was subsequently claimed by both the Habsburg Archduke Ferdinand I and the Ottoman vassal John Zapolyar, a disputed succession that gave Suleiman a permanent pretext for intervention in Hungarian affairs, and that kept Central Europe in a state of recurrent military crisis for the following century and a half. The occupation of Buda in 1541 CE by the Ottomans, converting the capital of the former Hungarian kingdom into an Ottoman provincial capital, was the definitive statement of the new order. The great church of Buda converted into a mosque, the Hungarian administrative apparatus replaced by Ottoman governors, and the Hungarian plain transformed into a frontier zone for the next 150 years. The Battle of Mohacs entered Hungarian national consciousness as a sacred catastrophe, the moment from which the partition of the kingdom and the century of Ottoman occupation were counted, the date that Hungarian schoolchildren still learn as the beginning of their nation's long ordeal. Fact 67. The Ottoman Empire and pilgrimage, serving the holy cities. The obligation of every Muslim who is physically and financially able to perform the Hajj, the pilgrimage to Mecca, once in their lifetime, is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. For the Ottoman Empire, which claimed the role of protector of the holy cities of Mecca and Medina from the time of Selim I's conquest of the Hijaz in 1517 CE, the organization, protection, and facilitation of the annual pilgrimage was not merely a religious duty, but a political statement of the empire's fitness to serve as the guardian of Islam's most sacred sites and the central institution of Islamic communal life. The logistical challenge of the Hajj was enormous. Each year, tens of thousands of pilgrims from across the Ottoman Empire and beyond, from as far away as Morocco, the Sudan, Persia, India, and Central Asia, made their way to the holy cities through routes that crossed deserts, mountains, and sea lanes subject to brigandage, disease, and thirst. The Ottoman state organized and subsidized 2 great Hajj caravans, the Egyptian caravan departing from Cairo and the Syrian caravan departing from Damascus, providing security through armed escorts, supplying water through cisterns and wells along the desert routes, and organizing the logistics of feeding and sheltering the thousands of pilgrims who traveled together. The marmel, the ornamental palanquin sent from Cairo and Damascus to Mecca each year as a symbol of the Sultan's patronage, was one of the most visible expressions of Ottoman imperial religious authority, a ceremonial object of considerable political significance, whose presence in the Hajj caravan announced the Ottoman Sultan's role as the servant and protector of the holy sites. The annual dispatch of the marmel was accompanied by the surah, a substantial cash payment sent from Istanbul to the inhabitants of Mecca and Medina that combined religious generosity with political calculation. The construction of the Hijaz Railway, the rail line from Damascus to Medina, completed in 1908 CE, funded partly by voluntary donations from Muslims across the world who responded to Abdulhamid II's appeal to Muslim solidarity, was presented as the culminating expression of the Ottoman Caliphate's commitment to facilitating the pilgrimage, cutting the journey time from weeks to days, and transforming the logistics of the annual gathering of Islam's global community. The pilgrimage routes maintained by the Ottoman state carried not only pilgrims, but ideas, goods, and news, making the Hajj caravan one of the great information networks of the pre-modern Islamic world. Fact 68. The Tanzimat's social transformations, new citizens. The Tanzimat reforms of the 19th century did not merely reorganize the Ottoman state's administrative and legal apparatus. They initiated a broader social transformation that changed the daily lives of ordinary Ottoman subjects in ways that were sometimes liberating, sometimes disorienting, and always irreversible. The creation of new secular schools, the introduction of new legal codes, the expansion of the press, the development of new Ottoman language literature, and the increasing engagement of educated Ottomans with European ideas of individual rights, constitutionalism, and national identity produced, over the course of the 19th century, a new kind of Ottoman person, more literate, more politically aware, more connected to the wider world, and more conscious of the empire's possibilities and weaknesses than any previous generation had been. The new secular schools that the Tanzimat reformers established, the Rushdi middle schools, the Idade secondary schools, and ultimately the Darul Funan University, created an educational pathway outside the traditional Madri system that produced graduates with knowledge of European languages, science, history, and political thought. These graduates, military officers, bureaucrats, lawyers, journalists, and teachers formed the social base of the Ottoman reform movement and eventually of the Young Turk Revolution. Men who had been educated to see the world in new ways and who found the political institutions of the traditional Ottoman system inadequate to the challenges they perceived. The Ottoman press, which developed rapidly from the 1860s onward as improved printing technology, rising literacy, and the growth of an educated public created both the means and the audience for newspapers and periodicals, was the primary vehicle through which the new political and cultural ideas of the Tanzimat era were disseminated. The Ottoman novel, which emerged in the same period through the work of writers like Namık Kemal and Ahmet Mithat Efendi, introduced new narrative forms and new social subjects: the lives of women, the problems of modernization, the relationship between Islamic tradition and Western influence that had no precedent in the classical Ottoman literary tradition. The Tanzimat social transformations were profoundly uneven in their impact, reaching the urban educated classes far more thoroughly than the rural majority, affecting men more immediately than women, and producing reactions ranging from enthusiastic embrace to deep suspicion. But they set in motion changes whose consequences would be felt long after the formal Tanzimat period had ended. Fact 69, the Rhodes evacuation, mercy on the battlefield. The Ottoman conquest of the island of Rhodes in 1522 CE, in which Suleiman the Magnificent led a force of approximately 200,000 men against the fortress of the Knights of St. John, the same hospitaller order that would later defend Malta so tenaciously, was one of the most celebrated military achievements of his early reign. And the terms of the surrender that concluded it established a reputation for Ottoman magnanimity and victory that stood in sharp contrast to the more brutal episodes of Ottoman military history. The fall of Rhodes after a 6-month siege, and the terms on which Suleiman allowed the knights to depart were remembered by contemporaries and later historians as an example of the chivalric code of warfare that both sides acknowledged, however imperfectly they honored it. The siege of Rhodes had been attempted once before, by Mehmed II in 1480 CE, when it was repulsed by the same knights who would surrender to his grandson 42 years later. Suleiman brought a vastly larger force, more sophisticated artillery, and the military lessons of 40 years of Ottoman advance in Europe and Asia. The siege lasted approximately 6 months, from June to December 1522 CE, during which the knights mounted a defense of extraordinary determination, and the Ottoman forces suffered losses that shocked even the experienced commanders directing the attack. The Grand Master Philippe Villiers de El Adam, an experienced military commander who combined personal courage with diplomatic skill, negotiated the surrender terms directly with Suleiman. The terms of the surrender were remarkable by the standards of 16th century siege warfare. The knights were permitted to depart with their arms, their religious objects, their archives, and any of the island's inhabitants who chose to follow them. No reprisals were taken against those who remained. A 12-day truce was observed to allow the evacuation to proceed in order. When the Grand Master finally departed by sea on January 1, 1523 CE, Suleiman reportedly remarked that it was not without some pain that he obliged this Christian in his old age to leave his home, a statement of respect for a defeated but honorable adversary that was remembered and repeated for centuries. The knights eventually established themselves on Malta in 1530 CE, where they would build the fortifications that resisted the Ottoman siege of 1565 CE, making the magnanimity of Rhodes one of the more consequential acts of mercy in the history of military conflict. Fact 70, the Ottoman Empire's final decades, the sick man's last years. The final decades of the Ottoman Empire, the years between the Young Turk Revolution of 1908 CE and the proclamation of the Turkish Republic on October 29, 1923 CE, were among the most catastrophic in the history of any state. A period of military defeat, territorial disintegration, mass atrocity, foreign occupation, and ultimately revolutionary transformation that destroyed not merely the political institutions of the empire, but the demographic composition of its heartland territories. The speed and completeness of the empire's collapse, and the scale of the human suffering it entailed, made the final Ottoman decades a watershed in the history of the Middle East and the Balkans, from which those regions have never fully recovered. The Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913 CE, in which a coalition of Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia and Montenegro successfully drove the Ottoman Empire out of almost all of its remaining European territories in the space of a few months, were the most dramatic territorial loss in Ottoman history, reducing the empire's European possessions to the small strip of Thrace surrounding Istanbul that still constitutes the European part of modern Turkey. The wars were accompanied by atrocities on all sides and by massive population movements. Muslims expelled from the newly liberated Balkan states, Christians fleeing or being driven from Ottoman territory, that foreshadowed the even larger displacements of the following decade. World War I brought the empire into alliance with Germany and against Britain, France, and Russia simultaneously, an alliance that proved catastrophic on every front while costing the empire losses from which it could not recover. The Arab Revolt, the British campaigns in Mesopotamia and Palestine, and the Russian advances in the Caucasus stripped the empire of its Arab provinces and threatened the Anatolian heartland itself. By the time the Armistice of Mudros was signed in October 1918 CE, the empire retained only Anatolia and eastern Thrace, and even those were immediately threatened by the Greek landing at Smyrna in May 1919 CE and the Allied occupation of Istanbul. The Turkish War of Independence that followed, the nationalist campaign under Mustafa Kemal that expelled the Allied-backed forces from Anatolia and established the borders of the modern Turkish state, was the last act of the Ottoman drama, a military and political revolution that simultaneously ended the empire and created something entirely new from its ruins. Fact 71. The Ottoman Empire and Persia, the eternal rival. The relationship between the Ottoman Empire and the Persian world, first the Safavid dynasty that ruled Persia from 1501 to 1736 CE, then the Afsharid and Qajar dynasties that followed, was the longest, most intellectually complex, and most theologically charged rivalry in the history of the Islamic world, a confrontation that was simultaneously a geopolitical competition for control of the Middle Eastern heartland. A religious conflict between Sunni Ottoman orthodoxy and Shia Safavid heterodoxy, and a cultural competition between two sophisticated court civilizations, each of which regarded itself as the legitimate heir of the Persian and Islamic intellectual traditions. The religious dimension of the Ottoman-Safavid rivalry was its most distinctive feature. When Shah Ismail I established Twelver Shia Islam as the official religion of Persia in 1501 CE, he created a permanent theological fault line that transformed what might otherwise have been a conventional territorial dispute into a conflict with the character of a holy war on both sides, the Ottomans defending Sunni orthodoxy against what they characterized as Shia heresy. The Safavids defending what they presented as the authentic Islamic tradition against what they characterized as Ottoman usurpation of the caliphate. Yet the Ottoman-Safavid rivalry was also a relationship of profound cultural exchange and mutual fascination. Persian was the prestige literary language of the Ottoman court, and Ottoman poets, historians, and intellectuals were deeply indebted to the Persian literary tradition. Persian craftsmen, architects, and scholars moved between the two courts. The diplomatic correspondence between the two empires, conducted in elaborate Persian, was a literary genre in its own right, in which insult and flattery were combined with classical allusion and poetic imagery. The wars fought between the two empires, approximately a dozen major conflicts between 1514 and 1823 CE, established a rough frontier in the Kurdish highlands and the Mesopotamian plain that has remained the approximate boundary between Turkey and Iran to the present day, one of the most stable borders in the Middle East precisely because it reflects 4 centuries of negotiated equilibrium. The Ottoman-Persian cultural exchange was also transmitted materially. The Ottoman Palace collection of Persian manuscripts, the Persian-influenced miniature paintings of the Ottoman court, and the Persian poetic forms embedded in Ottoman literary culture are testaments to a rivalry that was also, paradoxically, one of the great partnerships in Islamic civilization. Fact 72. Ottoman education, the palace school and the madris. The educational institutions of the Ottoman Empire were among its most distinctive and most consequential contributions to the governance of a complex multi-ethnic state. A network of schools, colleges, and training institutions that ranged from the elite palace school at the Topkapi Palace, which produced the grand viziers and senior administrators who governed the empire, to the network of madrasas attached to the great mosques that trained the ulama who administered Islamic law throughout the empire's territories. The palace school, the Enderun, was the most exclusive and most carefully designed educational institution in the Ottoman world. A residential school within the palace precincts that admitted the most talented graduates of the Devshirme system and subjected them to a rigorous curriculum of Islamic learning, Ottoman language and literature, military skills, court ceremonial, and the practical arts of governance over a period of years. Graduates of the Enderun who demonstrated exceptional talent moved progressively through the palace hierarchy, ultimately emerging as potential candidates for the highest offices of the state. The system was meritocratic in principle. Advancement depended on demonstrated ability rather than birth, and it produced a governing elite of remarkable quality during the classical period of Ottoman power. The Madres network, the system of Islamic colleges attached to the great mosques and imperial foundations throughout the empire, was the educational institution that shaped the lives of the vast majority of Ottoman learned men. The madrasas provided instruction in the Islamic sciences, Quranic studies, hadith, jurisprudence, theology, logic, and Arabic grammar that were the foundations of Islamic learned culture, and their graduates staffed the empire's religious and legal institutions as cadis, muftis, teachers, and preachers. The educational reforms of the 19th century, which created the secular school network alongside the traditional religious institutions, produced a dual educational system that graduated two different kinds of educated person: the traditionally trained religious scholar and the secularly trained bureaucrat or military officer, whose different worldviews and competing institutional loyalties were a fundamental source of tension in the late Ottoman period. The Madres curriculum was conservative. The religious sciences it taught were largely the same in the 17th century as they had been in the 15th, but within its established parameters, it remained a sophisticated tradition. Fact 73. The Ottoman siege craft, masters of the long war. The Ottoman Empire's military success over 6 centuries rested on many foundations: the discipline of the Janissary infantry, the mobility of the Sipahi cavalry, the organizational capacity of the imperial supply system, but perhaps none was more consequential than the Ottoman mastery of siege warfare. The technical and organizational capacity to bring overwhelming force to bear on fortified positions, and to reduce even the most formidable defensive works through a combination of artillery, mining, assault, and blockade, that made the Ottoman army the most effective siege force in the world during the classical period of its power. The Ottoman approach to siege warfare was characterized by patience, methodical preparation, and the sophisticated use of artillery that Mehmed II had introduced at the siege of Constantinople in 1453 CE. Rather than relying primarily on direct assault, which was costly in men and often ineffective against well-defended fortifications, the Ottomans preferred to establish a systematic siege. Constructing parallel approach trenches that advanced toward the walls under cover, mounting artillery batteries at positions that maximized their effectiveness against specific sections of the defensive work, digging mines under the foundations of walls and towers, and maintaining the pressure until either a breach was created or the defender's will was broken. The technical infrastructure of an Ottoman siege was extraordinary in its scale and its organizational complexity. The army that besieged Constantinople in 1453 CE included not only soldiers but hundreds of specialists, engineers, miners, artisans, logistical experts, who maintained the siege machinery, supplied the army over weeks of operations, and applied the full range of contemporary military technology to the problem. The transport of Mehmed's great cannon from its casting site to the walls of Constantinople, requiring special road construction, bridge reinforcement, and the labor of hundreds of oxen and men, was itself an engineering achievement of the first order. The Ottoman Empire's record in siege warfare was extraordinary. Belgrade, Rhodes, Nicosia, Famagusta, Buda, Aden, and dozens of other fortified cities fell to Ottoman sieges, but it was also marked by significant failures, most notably at Malta in 1565 CE and at Vienna in 1529 and 1683 CE, where logistical overextension and time pressure prevented the Ottoman forces from applying their methodical siegecraft to its full effectiveness. Fact 74. The capitulations, how Europe gained leverage. The capitulations, the formal agreements between the Ottoman Empire and European states that granted European merchants and diplomats privileged legal status within the empire, exempting them from Ottoman jurisdiction and subjecting them instead to the jurisdiction of their own consular courts, were one of the most consequential and most controversial institutions in Ottoman history. A system of treaty-based privileges that began as a demonstration of Ottoman power and self-confidence, and ended as one of the most significant structural constraints on Ottoman sovereignty, a mechanism through which European powers maintained economic advantages and political leverage within the empire that proved deeply damaging to Ottoman financial and legal interests in the 19th century. The first capitulations were granted by Suleiman the Magnificent to France in 1536 CE as part of the Franco-Ottoman strategic alliance against the Habsburgs. The privileges granted were substantial. French merchants were allowed to trade in Ottoman ports subject to their own consular jurisdiction rather than Ottoman courts, to be exempt from Ottoman customs regulations, and to enjoy most favored nation status in their commercial dealings with Ottoman subjects. These were significant commercial advantages, but in the context of the 16th century, they were understood as grants made by a powerful sovereign to a subordinate partner, revocable at will, expressions of Ottoman generosity rather than European rights. The character of the capitulations changed fundamentally over the following centuries. As the military and economic balance between the empire and Europe shifted, the capitulations were progressively extended to more and more European powers. Their privileges expanded to cover not only the original grantees' nationals, but eventually Christian subjects of the Ottoman Empire who sought and obtained foreign consular protection. And their character transformed from revocable grants into treaty obligations that the European powers enforced through diplomatic pressure and occasionally through gunboat diplomacy. By the 19th century, the capitulations had become a major source of Ottoman financial vulnerability. European merchants doing business in the empire paid reduced or no customs duties, could not be taxed on the same basis as Ottoman subjects, and could invoke the protection of their consuls against Ottoman legal proceedings, creating a situation in which the economic interests of the empire were systematically subordinated to those of its European trading partners. Fact 75. The Ottoman Empire and China: Connections across the world. The relationship between the Ottoman Empire and China, the two greatest empires in the world at the height of their respective powers, was indirect, mediated through the Central Asian trade routes of the Silk Road, the exchange of diplomatic missions, and the commercial networks of Muslim merchants who served as intermediaries between the two civilizations. But it was real, consequential, and in some ways surprisingly intimate. The Ottoman world and the Chinese world were connected by the flow of silk, porcelain, spices, and ideas that moved through the commercial networks of the pre-modern Asian world, and the traces of this connection are visible in the material culture of both civilizations. The most visible material evidence of the Ottoman-Chinese connection is in the ceramic traditions of both empires. Chinese porcelain, particularly the blue and white ware of the Ming dynasty, was among the most prestigious luxury goods in the Ottoman world, collected by the sultans in quantities that made the Topkapi Palace collection one of the finest assemblages of Chinese ceramics outside China itself. The Topkapi Palace treasury contains over 10,000 pieces of Chinese porcelain, many of them gifts from Chinese emperors or acquired through commercial channels, that demonstrate the Ottoman court's sustained engagement with Chinese material culture. More consequentially, the aesthetic influence of Chinese blue and white porcelain was absorbed into the Ottoman ceramic tradition, producing the distinctive Islamic tiles and vessels of the 16th century, whose cobalt blue and turquoise glazes were directly inspired by the Chinese originals. Ottoman-Chinese diplomatic contact was occasional but real. The Ming dynasty Emperor Yongle sent an embassy to the Ottoman court in 1420 CE, and the Ottomans responded with a counter-embassy that reached China and was received at the Ming court. The diplomatic exchange was motivated partly by the shared interest of both empires in the Timurid Central Asian world that lay between them, and partly by the commercial logic of the Silk Road trade routes that both empires sought to control or influence. The most significant indirect connection between the Ottoman and Chinese worlds was through the shared experience of the Mongol Empire. Both civilizations had been profoundly shaped by Mongol conquest and Mongol rule, and both retained in their institutions and their ruling cultures the imprint of Mongol governance that gave the empires of the post-Mongol world their characteristic combination of bureaucratic sophistication and autocratic centralization. Fact 76. The Ottoman Constitution: A Moment of Hope. The promulgation of the first Ottoman constitution on December 23, 1876 CE, the Canon Letter 131 Esasi, the Basic Law, was one of the most remarkable events in Ottoman history. A genuine attempt to transform the Ottoman Empire from an autocratic sultanate into a constitutional monarchy with an elected parliament, a Bill of Rights, an independent judiciary, and a set of institutional constraints on the power of the sultan that, had they been maintained and developed, might have provided the framework for the kind of democratic modernization that saved several other European monarchies from revolution and dissolution. The constitution was suspended by Sultan Abdulhamid II 2 years after its promulgation, but the idea it embodied did not die with its suspension. The constitution was the work of the generation of Ottoman reformers who had emerged from the Tanzimat era, most notably the Grand Vizier Midhat Pasha, one of the most capable and far-sighted Ottoman statesmen of the 19th century, who had come to believe that administrative reforms were insufficient without a fundamental transformation of the political system that would give Ottoman subjects a stake in the state's governance. The constitutionalists were also motivated by the immediate diplomatic context. the great powers of Europe were meeting to discuss the Ottoman crisis in Constantinople in December 1876 CE, and the announcement of a constitution was intended in part to forestall European intervention by demonstrating Ottoman capacity for self-reform. The parliament that met under the constitution in 1877 CE included representatives of all the empire's major communities: Muslim, Christian and Jewish deputies, Turks, Arabs, Greeks, Armenians, Bulgarians and Albanians sitting together in what was, for its brief existence, a genuinely multi-ethnic representative assembly. Its sessions were lively and occasionally turbulent, with deputies pressing for the protection of minority rights and the redress of provincial grievances with a persistence that the more conservative Ottoman statesmen found alarming. Abdulhamid II suspended the constitution and prorogued the parliament in February 1878 CE, using the ongoing Russo-Turkish War as the pretext. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 CE forced its restoration, and the parliament that met in its second incarnation from 1908 onward was once again a site of genuine political competition before the cup monopolized power. Fact 77. The Ottoman Empire's cities, Istanbul, Cairo and beyond. The cities of the Ottoman Empire were among the most remarkable urban environments of the pre-modern world. Complex, densely populated, ethnically and religiously diverse, economically sophisticated centers of commerce, craft production, intellectual life and political administration that concentrated in their streets and markets the full human complexity of an empire spanning 3 continents. The Ottoman city was not a single type, but a family of related urban forms, sharing certain institutional features: the mosque complex, the bazaar, the hammam, the han, while varying enormously in scale, character, and the relative weight of different communities within the urban population. Istanbul, the capital of the empire, was the largest and most important city in the Ottoman world, a metropolis of perhaps 700,000 to 1 million inhabitants at its height in the 16th century, that ranked among the largest cities on earth in any era before the Industrial Revolution. It was a city of extraordinary physical drama, built on a peninsula where 3 bodies of water converged, its skyline dominated by the domes and minarets of the great mosque complexes, its golden horn crowded with the ships of a dozen nations, its streets animated by the commerce and bustle of a genuinely cosmopolitan population. The city's divisions were simultaneously geographical, religious, and social: the Old City and the Palace complex at its tip, the commercial quarter of Galata across the Golden Horn, the outer districts on the Asian shore. Cairo, the second city of the empire, the administrative center of the enormously productive Egyptian province, was in many ways more ancient and more culturally prestigious than Istanbul, a city that had been the capital of the Fatimid and Mamluk civilizations before the Ottoman conquest, and that continued to be the cultural and intellectual capital of the Arab world throughout the Ottoman period. Its Al-Azhar University, the most prestigious institution of Islamic learning in the world, and its bazaars, which traded in the products of the Nile Delta and the Indian Ocean trade, gave Cairo a cultural weight that no other city in the empire could fully match. The provincial cities of the empire, Aleppo, Damascus, Beirut, Baghdad, Sarajevo, Salonika, Bursa, Edirne, each had their own character, their own ethnic and religious composition, their own economic specializations, and their own relationship to the imperial center, creating an urban geography of the Ottoman world that was far more varied than any simple narrative of imperial homogenization would suggest. Fact 78. The Ottoman Fire Brigade, the city that burned. Fire was one of the most persistent and most destructive threats to the Ottoman city, a world of closely packed wooden buildings, open flames for heating and cooking, narrow streets that impeded firefighting, and strong winds that could carry sparks across entire neighborhoods in minutes. Istanbul burned regularly and catastrophically throughout the Ottoman period, with major fires destroying substantial portions of the city in nearly every decade from the 15th through the 19th centuries. The management of fire was one of the most important urban governance challenges the Ottoman state faced, and the institutions it developed in response were among the most interesting aspects of Ottoman urban administration. The first professional fire brigades in Istanbul, the Çulum, the pump operators, were organized in the 18th century, replacing the earlier system in which the janissaries were responsible for fire suppression alongside their military duties. The Çulum were organized into competing companies that rushed to fires and competed for the privilege of extinguishing them, a system that combined professional organization with an element of competitive incentive that produced both effective firefighting and occasional inter-company brawls over jurisdiction at the scene of major fires. Their distinctive uniforms, their leather helmets, and the great wheeled fire pumps they hauled through the narrow streets of Istanbul became iconic elements of the city's visual culture. The worst fire in the history of Ottoman Istanbul occurred in 1870 CE, when a fire that started in Beyoğlu burned for several days, destroying approximately 3,000 buildings across a vast swathe of the city and leaving tens of thousands of people homeless. The fire accelerated the ongoing transition from wood to stone construction in Istanbul's residential districts, a transition that the government had been encouraging for decades, but that the economics of urban housing had resisted. The wooden residential districts of Istanbul were rebuilt repeatedly after each major fire, creating a palimpsest of destruction and reconstruction that has given the Ottoman city its characteristic architectural character. The yalis, the wooden waterfront mansions along the Bosphorus that survive in dwindling numbers, are the most elegant surviving expression of the tradition of wooden residential architecture that fire regularly threatened and occasionally destroyed. Fact 79, the abolition of the Caliphate, the end of a claim. The abolition of the Ottoman Caliphate on March 3, 1924 CE, by the Grand National Assembly of the newly established Turkish Republic, 17 months after the Sultanate had been abolished in November 1922 CE, was one of the most symbolically significant political acts of the 20th century. The formal termination of the institution that had claimed to represent the spiritual leadership of the world's Sunni Muslim community since the early years of Islam, and that the Ottoman sultans had exercised, with varying degrees of real authority, since the 16th century. The abolition sent shockwaves through the Muslim world, provoking protests in India, Egypt, and throughout the Islamic diaspora, and raised the question of the Caliphate's future, a question that has never been fully resolved and that continues to reverberate in Islamic political thought. The Ottoman Caliphate had never been universally accepted as legitimate by all Muslims. The Shia world had never recognized it, and the historical claim that Selim I had received a formal transfer of the Caliphate from the last Abbasid Caliph in Cairo in 1517 CE was disputed by scholars then and since. But in the Sunni world, the Ottoman Sultan's status as caliphs, reinforced by their role as protectors of the holy cities, their patronage of Islamic scholarship, and their military leadership against Christian powers, had given them a degree of religious authority that was real even if it was not universally acknowledged. Mustafa Kemal's decision to abolish the caliphate was consistent with his broader program of secular reform, the removal of religion from the public sphere, and the construction of a state whose legitimacy rested on national sovereignty rather than divine mandate. Having already abolished the Sultanate, the Caliphate had been temporarily separated from it and placed in the person of a member of the Ottoman dynasty, who was now simply a caliph without political power, an anomalous and unstable arrangement that Kemal resolved by abolishing the institution entirely. The last caliph, Abdul Mesud II, a man of genuine intellectual and artistic cultivation who had spent his caliphate in Istanbul under the increasingly restricted conditions of the new republic, was expelled from Turkey on the night of March 3, 1924 CE, given a small sum of money, and sent by train to Switzerland, where he lived in exile until his death in Paris in 1944 CE. Fact 80, the Ottoman Empire's technological legacy, what it built and what it missed. The Ottoman Empire's relationship with technology, with the mechanical, engineering, and scientific innovations that were transforming the European world from the 16th century onward, is one of the most debated and most consequential questions in the history of the empire, a question whose answer goes to the heart of the debate about Ottoman decline and about the broader relationship between Islamic civilization and the European modernity that emerged from the Renaissance. The scientific revolution and the industrial revolution. The Ottoman Empire was neither a technological desert nor a sophisticated, innovative culture. It was a complex system in which certain forms of technology were adopted eagerly and others were resisted. The Ottoman Empire was an early adopter of gunpowder technology. The cannon that maimed II used to breach the walls of Constantinople in 1453 CE was a cutting-edge military technology by any contemporary standard, and the Ottoman military continued to incorporate gunpowder weapons with considerable effectiveness through the 16th century. The empire was an eager adopter of European clocks, watches, and optical instruments. The sultans were enthusiastic collectors of European mechanical curiosities, and diplomats who visited Istanbul regularly brought mechanical gifts as tokens of their embassies. The Ottoman state was also an early and intensive user of the telegraph when it became available in the 19th century. Where the Ottoman Empire was slowest to adapt was in the areas of institutional innovation, the development of the joint stock company, the central bank, the patent system, the secular university, that underpinned the European economic and scientific revolutions. These were not simply technological innovations, but institutional and legal frameworks that created the conditions for sustained technological development, and the Ottoman state's absorption of them was delayed by a combination of vested interests, religious resistance, and the structural conservatism of institutions that had been designed to serve a different kind of economy. The military technology gap that widened between the Ottoman army and its European opponents from the 17th century onward was ultimately a symptom of this deeper institutional gap, a reflection of the difficulty of sustaining military innovation without the institutional infrastructure of the scientific and industrial revolutions that were producing it. 80 facts: the empire of siege craft and silk, of Persian poetry and wooden cities that burned and rose again, of a constitution that lasted 2 years and a caliphate that lasted 6 centuries. 20 stories remain. The night deepens. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 81. The Ottoman Balkans after liberation, the contested legacy. The liberation of the Balkans from Ottoman rule, accomplished over the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries through a series of national revolts, great power interventions, and ultimately the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913 CE, produced not the peaceful paradise of self-determination that nationalist ideologues had promised, but a complicated and often violent post-Ottoman reality in which the newly independent states struggled with the demographic complexity, the institutional gaps, and the unresolved territorial claims that Ottoman rule had bequeathed to them. The post-Ottoman Balkans were shaped as profoundly by what the Ottoman period had created as by its ending. The demographic reality of the post-Ottoman Balkans was one of extraordinary ethnic and religious intermixture that the new nation-states, each committed to the idea that their territory should be inhabited by members of a single national group, found deeply problematic. Every newly independent Balkan state contained substantial minorities who did not belong to the majority nationality. Greeks in Bulgaria, Bulgarians in Greece, Serbs in Bulgaria, Muslims in Serbia and Greece, Albanians in Serbia and Greece. The management of this diversity by states committed to ethnic homogeneity produced a cycle of expulsion, massacre, and population transfer that marked the end of the Ottoman period with extraordinary violence. The institutional inheritance of Ottoman rule was similarly double-edged. The new Balkan states inherited the Ottoman administrative infrastructure, the roads, bridges, buildings, and urban layouts, and the Ottoman legal traditions in matters of land ownership and personal law. They also inherited the social hierarchies and economic relationships that Ottoman governance had created, including the land tenure systems that concentrated large estates in the hands of Muslim landowners who were now being expelled, leaving behind complicated questions of property rights that took decades to resolve. The cultural legacy of Ottoman rule, the mosques and hammams that survived in every major city, the Turkish and Arabic words embedded in the regional languages, the culinary traditions, the music, the crafts, was for most of the 20th century treated by the new Balkan nationalisms as a foreign imposition to be overcome. A historical amnesia that has only recently begun to be reversed by a new generation of historians and cultural practitioners. Fact 82. The Ottoman Empire's refugees, a world in motion. The Ottoman Empire both generated and absorbed some of the most dramatic refugee flows of the pre-modern and early modern world. Populations displaced by conquest, by religious persecution, by political upheaval, and by the periodic catastrophes of war and famine that punctuated the empire's long history. The empire's capacity to absorb refugees, from the Sephardic Jews expelled from Spain in 1492 CE to the Circassians expelled from the Russian Caucasus in the 1860s, from the Muslims expelled from the reconquered Balkans to the Armenians of the diaspora, was one of the distinctive features of Ottoman imperial governance and a significant factor in the demographic composition of the empire's territories. The most consequential refugee movement into the Ottoman Empire after the Sephardic Jewish expulsion from Spain was the massive displacement of Muslim populations from the Caucasus that followed the Russian conquest of the region in the mid-19th century. Between 1857 and 1864 CE, the Russian military campaign against the Circassian peoples of the northwestern Caucasus resulted in the expulsion or flight of approximately 400,000 to 600,000 Circassians, estimates vary widely, who poured into the Ottoman Empire and were resettled by the Ottoman government in Anatolia, Syria, Jordan, and other provinces. The Circassian diaspora in these regions has maintained a distinct cultural identity to the present day, and their descendants constitute notable communities in Turkey, Jordan, Syria, and Israel. The displacement of Muslim populations from the Balkans as the Ottoman Empire retreated from the region over the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries, was an even larger movement. Modern historians estimate that between 3 and 5 million Muslims were expelled or fled from the Balkan territories between 1821 and 1923 CE, the great majority resettling in Anatolia, which absorbed them at the cost of significant social and economic disruption. These Muhasirli refugees transformed the demographic character of Anatolia, replacing the populations lost to the Armenian genocide and the Greek-Turkish population exchange with a new population whose Balkan origins gave Anatolian Turkey a cultural dimension that is still present in the region's folk traditions, cuisine, and dialects. The Ottoman Empire thus serves as a case study in both the management and the generation of refugee flows, a state that was simultaneously a destination for persecuted populations from outside its borders and a source of massive displacement within and at the edges of its own territories. Fact 83. The Ottoman economy in the 19th century, the debt trap. The transformation of the Ottoman economy in the 19th century, from the relatively self-contained fiscal military system of the classical period to a deeply integrated component of the global capitalist economy dominated by European capital and European commercial interests, was one of the most consequential and most damaging developments in the history of the empire. A process that transferred enormous economic resources from the empire to its European creditors and created structural dependencies that fundamentally compromised Ottoman sovereignty in its final decades. The process began with the Crimean War, which forced the Ottoman government to borrow heavily from European banks for the first time in its history. The Ottoman public debt, which had stood at a negligible level before the war, grew rapidly through the following decades as the government borrowed repeatedly to finance military expenditures, infrastructure projects, and the growing costs of the Tanzimat reform program. By 1881 CE, the Ottoman government was unable to service its debts and was forced to declare a partial default, the financial crisis that led to the creation of the Public Debt Administration. The Public Debt Administration, the Ottoman Public Debt Administration, established in 1881 CE under the terms negotiated with the empire's European creditors, was one of the most extraordinary institutions in the history of imperial finance. A body controlled by representatives of the empire's European creditors that was granted direct control over the revenues of several major Ottoman tax streams, bypassing the Ottoman government entirely as security for the outstanding debt. The PDA collected taxes, administered revenues, and remitted the proceeds to the European bondholders with an efficiency that the Ottoman government itself had rarely achieved in these sectors, a demonstration of competent fiscal management that was simultaneously a massive transfer of Ottoman sovereignty to European financial institutions. The capitulations that exempted European merchants from Ottoman taxation, the unequal commercial treaties that opened Ottoman markets to European manufactured goods while limiting Ottoman access to European markets, and the foreign control of key revenue streams through the PDA combined to create an economic structure in which the Ottoman Empire was increasingly a peripheral economy, supplying primary goods and consuming European manufactures in a relationship of structural dependency that limited its capacity for independent economic development. Fact 84. The Ottoman legacy in modern Turkey, memory and identity. The relationship between the modern Turkish Republic and the Ottoman Empire that preceded it is one of the most complex and most politically charged questions in Turkish cultural and political life. A relationship defined by the simultaneous inheritance of and repudiation of the Ottoman past that has been a fundamental tension in Turkish identity from the founding of the Republic to the present day. Mustafa Kemal Atatürk's revolutionary project was explicitly conceived as a break with the Ottoman past. The rejection of the sultanic system, the caliphate, the Islamic legal framework, and the Arabic script that had been the defining institutions of Ottoman civilization in favor of a new Turkish national identity rooted in secular Western modernity. Yet the Ottoman past could not be so easily escaped. The territorial inheritance of the Turkish Republic was the Anatolian and Eastern Thracian core of the Ottoman Empire, territories whose population, institutions, cities, monuments, and cultural practices were deeply and irreversibly Ottoman in character. The great Ottoman mosques that dominated every Turkish city skyline, the Ottoman legal concepts embedded in property records and administrative practice, the Ottoman family names and naming conventions, the Ottoman cuisine and architectural traditions, the Ottoman folk music and poetry traditions, all persisted as living realities in a state that was officially committed to replacing the Ottoman heritage with a new Turkish national culture. The rediscovery and revaluation of the Ottoman past that has characterized Turkish intellectual and political life from the 1980s onward, accelerated by the political movements associated with the AKP government of Recep Tayyip Erdogan, represents a significant shift in the Turkish relationship with the Ottoman heritage, a move from Atatürk's explicit repudiation toward a more complex and more ambivalent engagement. The restoration and celebration of Ottoman architectural heritage, the popular success of Ottoman-themed television dramas, the increased prominence of Ottoman historical narratives in Turkish public education, all reflect a Turkey that is renegotiating its relationship with the imperial civilization that preceded it. The Ottoman legacy is thus simultaneously a subject of historical scholarship, a resource for political identity formation, a source of popular cultural entertainment, and a set of unresolved moral and political questions about responsibility for historical atrocities that Turkey and its neighbors continue to grapple with. Fact 85. The Ottoman Empire's geographic knowledge, mapping an empire. The Ottoman Empire's understanding of its own geography, the spatial knowledge that underpinned its administrative, military, and commercial operations across territories stretching from Algeria to the Persian Gulf, was built up over 6 centuries of imperial practice through a combination of administrative survey, military reconnaissance, commercial intelligence, and the cartographic and geographical scholarship discussed in the context of Piri Reis and Katip Celebi. Ottoman geographic knowledge was practical rather than purely scientific in its primary orientation. The empire needed to know its territories in order to tax them, govern them, and defend them. The Ottoman survey tradition, the detailed cadastral surveys of conquered territories that recorded the population, the land holdings, the tax obligations, and the productive resources of each village and district, was one of the most sophisticated administrative tools of the pre-modern world, producing in the Tariha Defterler, the Ottoman cadastral registers, a documentary record of Ottoman rural society of extraordinary detail and completeness. These registers, preserved in the Ottoman archives in Istanbul, are now recognized as among the most important primary sources for the economic and demographic history of the pre-modern Middle East and Balkans, providing data that historians of no other pre-modern empire possess in comparable form. The Ottoman geographical tradition also engaged with the broader project of understanding the empire's position in the world. The Sihanuma of Katip Celebi was the most ambitious attempt to synthesize the Ottoman geographical tradition with European geographical knowledge, drawing on Dutch and Flemish atlases to supplement and correct the Islamic geographical tradition. But the Sihanuma remained an isolated achievement. The kind of systematic, empirically grounded geographical survey that was being produced in 17th century Europe did not find its Ottoman equivalent until the 19th century. The mapping of the Ottoman Empire by European travelers, diplomats, and military observers, from the Portolan charts of the 16th century to the systematic military surveys of the 19th, was itself a form of imperial intelligence gathering that accumulated spatial knowledge about the empire's territories in European archives and capitals, eventually providing the cartographic foundations for the post-World War I partition of the empire among the Allied powers. Fact 86. The Ottoman Empire and piracy, the sea wolves of the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean Sea during the classical Ottoman period, roughly from the late 15th through the early 18th centuries, was divided between the naval power of the Ottoman Empire, the naval power of Spain and its Italian dependencies, and the world of the corsairs. The privately operated armed vessels whose raiding, capturing, and ransoming activities created a sub-economy of violence and tribute that enriched their operators, terrorized coastal populations, and disrupted the commercial life of the entire Mediterranean basin. The Ottoman Empire had a complex and ambivalent relationship with corsairing, supporting, employing, and sometimes controlling the corsair captains who operated in its interests, while simultaneously suffering from the corsairing activities of the Knights of Malta and the Spanish galleys. The most celebrated Ottoman corsairs were the Barbarossa brothers, Araj and Kiza, sons of a pottery maker from the island of Lesbos, who built a corsairing empire in North Africa in the early 16th century, captured the key ports of Gijel and Algiers, and offered their allegiance to the Ottoman Sultan in exchange for recognition and support. Kiza Hayreddin Barbarossa was subsequently appointed Grand Admiral of the Ottoman fleet, as discussed earlier, but the corsairing tradition he represented continued to define the operations of the North African provinces throughout the Ottoman period. The slave trade that corsairing created was one of the most brutal aspects of Mediterranean life in the early modern period. It has been estimated that between 1 million and 1.25 million Europeans were captured, and enslaved by North African corsairs between 1530 and 1780 CE. Numbers that are debated, but that reflect the reality of a practice that affected coastal communities from Ireland to the Adriatic, and that created a sustained social anxiety about capture and enslavement that shaped European literature, art, and political thought. The ransoming of captured Europeans, organized through networks of merchants, religious orders, and diplomatic intermediaries, was itself a substantial commercial enterprise. The parallel Christian corsairing, the Knights of Malta, the Uskoks, the Spanish and Venetian galleys that raided Muslim shipping and enslaved Muslim sailors and merchants, created a symmetrical system of mutual predation in which both Mediterranean civilizations were simultaneously predators and prey. Fact 87. The Dermi, the secret community. Among the most remarkable and most historically fascinating communities produced by the Ottoman Empire's milieu of religious conversion, cultural synthesis, and communal coexistence were the Dermi, the descendants of the followers of the false messiah Sabbatai Zevi, who, when their messianic leader converted to Islam in 1666 CE under pressure from the Ottoman sultan, followed him into a form of nominal Islam that concealed the continued practice of a hybrid Sabbatian Jewish religious tradition. The Dermi, whose name derives from the Turkish word for convert, maintained for over 2 centuries a secret religious identity that made them one of the most intriguing examples of crypto-religious practice in the history of the Ottoman world. Sabbatai Zevi was a Jewish mystic from Smyrna who announced himself as the Messiah in 1665 CE and attracted a movement of extraordinary intensity and geographic breadth, with followers from the Netherlands to Persia and from Poland to Yemen responding to his messianic proclamation with a devotion that expressed the accumulated longing of a diaspora community for redemption and return. His apostasy to Islam in 1666 CE, forced upon him when the Ottoman Sultan gave him the choice between conversion and death, was experienced by most of his followers as catastrophic, but a substantial group of his inner circle chose to follow him into nominal Islam, interpreting the apostasy as a necessary mystical descent that was part of the messianic process. The Dermi community that developed in Salonika, which became their primary center, maintained an outward Islamic identity while practicing their hybrid religious tradition in private, circumcising their children, observing Jewish holidays in secret, reading texts in Judeo-Spanish, and maintaining endogamous marriage practices that preserved their community's boundaries against assimilation into either the Muslim or the Jewish populations of Salonika. They became successful merchants and professionals within the Ottoman economic system, their educational attainments and commercial networks giving them influence that exceeded their numbers. The Dermi connection to the Young Turk movement has been a subject of considerable historical speculation and considerable anti-Semitic mythologizing. Several prominent Young Turk leaders, including the KUP Salonika-based network, were from Dermi families, but the historical reality is more nuanced than either the anti-Semitic conspiracy narrative or the complete dismissal of any connection would suggest. Fact 88. The Ottoman Endgame, the last years in Istanbul. The years between the Armistice of Mudros in October 1918 CE and the abolition of the Sultanate in November 1922 CE, the period during which Istanbul was under Allied occupation, the Ottoman government was effectively a prisoner of the victorious powers, and the nationalist resistance under Mustafa Kemal was building its alternative authority in Anatolia, were among the most surreal and most tragic in the history of the Ottoman capital. A period in which the old imperial world and the new national world coexisted in uneasy proximity, while the fate of Anatolia and the remnants of Ottoman civilization was decided by military force and diplomatic negotiation. The Allied occupation of Istanbul that began in November 1918 CE was the first foreign military occupation of the Ottoman capital since the medieval period, and its psychological impact on the Ottoman population was enormous. British, French, Italian, and Greek soldiers patrolled the streets of the imperial city. Allied warships anchored in the Bosphorus. Allied officers controlled the city's communications, its railways, and its ports. The Sultan and his government remained nominally in authority, but real power lay with the Allied High Commissioners, whose approval was required for every significant governmental act. Ottoman intellectuals and journalists who wrote critically of the occupation or expressed support for the Ankara nationalists were arrested and deported. The nationalist government that Mustafa Kemal established in Ankara in April 1920 CE was from the beginning in direct competition with the Istanbul government for the loyalty of the Ottoman population. The two governments, the Sultan's government in Istanbul and the Grand National Assembly in Ankara, issued conflicting orders, competed for tax revenues and military conscripts, and publicly condemned each other, creating a situation of political schizophrenia that resolved itself only when the nationalist military victories of 1922 CE made the Istanbul government irrelevant. The abolition of the Sultanate in November 1922 CE ended the ambiguity. Sultan Mehmed VI, the last Sultan, fled Istanbul on a British warship, and the imperial court that had governed the Ottoman world for 6 centuries ceased to exist as a functioning institution. What remained was a city, a people, and a question: what would come next? The question had been answered before the ship reached the open sea. Fact 89: the Ottoman Empire's Arab nationalists, seeds of a future. The Arab nationalist movement that emerged within the Ottoman Empire in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the intellectual and political current that would eventually produce the Arab Revolt of 1916 CE, the independent Arab states of the post-World War I period, and the pan-Arab political ideologies that dominated Middle Eastern politics through much of the 20th century, was itself a product of the Ottoman context in which it developed. Shaped by the Ottoman educational system that had created the educated class from which it drew its leadership, by the Ottoman political failures that had alienated that leadership from Istanbul, and by the European nationalist ideologies that the Ottoman Tanzimat schools had introduced to a generation of Arab students. The Arab nationalist movement began not as a separatist movement, but as a reform movement within the Ottoman system. The early Arab intellectuals and political activists who gathered in Beirut, Cairo, Damascus, and Baghdad in the late 19th century were initially seeking not independence, but a renegotiation of the Arab community's position within the empire. Greater autonomy, more Arabic in official communications, more Arab representation in the imperial administration. Recognition of the Arab cultural and historical heritage as equal in dignity to the Turkish imperial culture that had dominated the Tanzimat state. The transition from Ottomanism to Arab nationalism was driven partly by the increasing Turkification of the Cup regime after 1908 CE, which promoted Turkish cultural and linguistic identity at the expense of the empire's non-Turkish communities. The British exploitation of Arab nationalist sentiment during World War I, the promises made to Sharif Hussein of Mecca that Arab support for the Allied cause would be rewarded with independence, and the subsequent betrayal of those promises by the Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916 CE, which divided the Arab world between British and French mandates, created the sense of betrayal and dispossession that shaped Arab political culture throughout the 20th century. The Arab world that emerged from the Ottoman period was thus marked by a double inheritance. From the Ottomans, the institutional framework, the urban geography, and the cultural traditions of 4 centuries of imperial governance. From the British and French, the borders, the political structures, and the unresolved promises of the Mandate period, whose tensions continue to shape the politics of the Middle East. Fact 90: the Ottoman Empire's intellectual culture, the world it thought. The intellectual culture of the Ottoman Empire, the world of ideas, arguments, interpretations, and creative works that the empire's scholars, writers, poets, philosophers, and scientists produced over 6 centuries, was one of the most sustained and most varied intellectual traditions in the history of Islamic civilization, a tradition that engaged with the full range of questions that human intelligence has posed about the nature of reality, the demands of justice, the requirements of faith, and the possibilities of beauty, and that produced, at its best, works of genuine intellectual power and aesthetic achievement that deserve to be known far more widely than they currently are. The intellectual heartland of the Ottoman world was the ulema, the class of Islamic religious scholars who had been educated in the Madri's tradition, staffed the empire's religious and legal institutions, and produced the vast majority of the empire's written intellectual output. But the ulema's scholarly culture was not simply a repetition of established positions. Ottoman religious scholarship engaged actively with disputed questions of theology, jurisprudence, and Islamic philosophy, and maintained connections with the broader intellectual world of the Islamic East through the movement of scholars, texts, and ideas across the boundaries between the Ottoman, Safavid, and Mughal empires. The court intellectual culture that flourished under the patronage of the sultans and the great viziers encompassed the divan poetry tradition, the miniature painting workshops, the manuscript production and illumination that created the great illustrated histories and literary works of the classical period, the music of the court and the Sufi orders, and the historiographical tradition that produced the Ottoman chronicles and histories that are the primary sources for our knowledge of the empire's political history. These were not merely decorative accomplishments, but genuine expressions of a sophisticated court civilization that compared favorably with any contemporary court culture in Europe or Asia. The intellectual transformation of the late Ottoman period, the engagement with European science, philosophy, literature, and political thought that the Tanzimat schools and the Ottoman press facilitated, produced a generation of thinkers who were genuinely bicultural, attempting to synthesize the insights of both traditions in ways that anticipated the intellectual challenges of modernization that every non-Western civilization would face in the 20th century. 90 facts behind you. Now we enter the final 10 stories: the Kurds, the silk weavers, the exiled dynasty, and at last, the question that 100 facts together ask. The night is very deep. This is explored during sleeping. Fact 91. The Ottoman Empire's Kurdish communities, a people between empires. The Kurds, the predominantly Sunni Muslim, Iranian language-speaking peoples of the mountainous regions, where modern Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Syria converge, occupied a distinctive and in many ways paradoxical position within the Ottoman imperial system. Simultaneously valued allies whose tribal military power was essential to the defense of the eastern frontier, and a population whose political independence, local loyalties, and cultural distinctiveness made them resistant to the centralizing ambitions of the Ottoman state. The Kurdish relationship with the Ottoman Empire was never a simple story of either integration or resistance, but a complex negotiation between a tribal society and the most sophisticated bureaucratic empire in the Islamic world. The Kurdish tribal confederations of eastern Anatolia and the Zagros Mountains had been the primary military force on the Ottoman Safavid frontier since the early 16th century, when the Ottoman-Kurdish alliance after Chaldiran in 1514 CE gave the Ottomans control of the Kurdish highland zone and the Kurds recognition of their autonomy under Ottoman suzerainty. The arrangement was mutually beneficial. The Ottomans gained the military manpower and local knowledge of the Kurdish tribes to defend a frontier that regular Ottoman forces could not have managed alone, while the Kurdish tribal leaders gained imperial backing for their authority over their followers and protection against Safavid attempts to impose Shia Islam on their predominantly Sunni communities. The 19th century Ottoman centralization program, the Tanzimat reforms that attempted to extend direct Ottoman administrative control into regions that had previously been governed through the mediation of local tribal structures, disrupted the delicate balance of the Ottoman-Kurdish relationship and produced a series of major Kurdish revolts, most notably that led by Sheikh Ubadullah in 1880 CE. The Ottoman response combined military suppression with political accommodation, culminating in the creation of the Hamida cavalry units, irregular Kurdish tribal cavalry that were used, with devastating effect, in the massacres of the Armenian population in the 1890s. The Kurdish question, the unresolved question of Kurdish political status and cultural rights within the successor states of the Ottoman Empire, remains one of the most consequential unresolved legacies of the Ottoman period, affecting the politics of Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Syria to the present day. Fact 92. The Ottoman Empire's shipping and the merchant marine. Commercial shipping that moved across the Ottoman Mediterranean, the Black Sea, the Red Sea, and the Persian Gulf was the circulatory system of the empire's economy, the mechanism through which grain moved from Egypt to Istanbul, spices moved from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean, timber moved from the Black Sea forests to the shipyards of the Bosphorus, and the full range of commodities that sustained the empire's cities and armies moved across water routes that were, for most of Ottoman history, faster and more reliable than any land route over comparable distances. The Ottoman merchant marine, the privately owned commercial fleet that carried goods through the empire's waters, was a diverse enterprise that included vessels owned by Ottoman Muslims, by Greek Orthodox Christians who were Ottoman subjects, by Jewish merchants, by Armenians, and by the representatives of the European commercial communities that had established themselves in Ottoman ports under the capitulations. The Greek merchant marine, ships owned and operated by Greek Orthodox subjects of the Ottoman Empire, was probably the most economically significant component of Ottoman maritime commerce. Their familiarity with Mediterranean navigation, their commercial networks across the basin, and their linguistic ability to operate in multiple cultural environments, making them indispensable intermediaries in the empire's long-distance commerce. The Ottoman state's direct involvement in maritime commerce was primarily military. The imperial fleet that Hayreddin Barbarossa had built was a warship fleet rather than a commercial fleet, maintained at imperial expense to project power across the Mediterranean rather than to generate commercial revenue. The commercial shipping that sustained the Ottoman economy was largely privately organized, regulated by the Ottoman state through customs duties and market supervision, but not directly operated by it. The decline of Ottoman merchant shipping in the 19th century as European steamship companies established routes through Ottoman waters, as the capitulations exempted European commercial vessels from Ottoman customs regulations, and as the technological gap between Ottoman and European maritime capacity widened, was one of the most visible manifestations of the empire's economic subordination to European commercial interests in its final decades. The Ottoman maritime world was, in this sense, a microcosm of the empire itself, diverse, commercially complex, and ultimately vulnerable to the structural forces of European commercial expansion. Fact 93. The Ottoman Empire's textile industry, cloth that clothed the world. The textile industry was one of the most economically significant manufacturing activities of the Ottoman Empire, a sector that employed hundreds of thousands of workers across dozens of specialized production centers, that generated significant export revenues in the classical period, and that provides through its surviving products, the Iznik ceramics, the Bursa silks, the Anatolian kalims and carpets, the Damascus brocades, some of the most beautiful material objects of the Ottoman world. Ottoman textile production was not a uniform industry, but a collection of distinct regional traditions, each with its own raw materials, its own technical methods, its own aesthetic conventions, and its own commercial networks. The most prestigious and most internationally celebrated Ottoman textile tradition was the silk industry of Bursa, the former imperial capital that had been at the center of Anatolian silk production since before the Ottoman conquest, and that under Ottoman governance became the primary source of the high-quality silk fabrics that clothed the Ottoman court and supplied the luxury textile markets of Europe. Bursa silk was woven on complex drawlooms into elaborate brocades, velvets, and kemha fabrics that were the most expensive textiles in the Ottoman world, their patterns combining Ottoman, court aesthetics with Chinese and Italian influences in a synthesis that made Bursa silk immediately recognizable to contemporary connoisseurs. The Ottoman carpet tradition, the flat-woven kalims and the knotted pile carpets produced in Anatolia, in the Balkans, and in Egypt, was the Ottoman textile tradition most familiar to the outside world, since Ottoman carpets began appearing in European collections and European painting from the early 15th century onward, when they were imported in large quantities by Venetian merchants and became a standard element of European aristocratic interior decoration. The carpets depicted in the paintings of Hans Holbein, Lorenzo Lotto, and dozens of other European painters are now recognized as important sources for the history of Ottoman carpet design. The 19th century transformation of the Ottoman textile industry, as cheap European factory-produced cotton fabrics flooded into Ottoman markets under the terms of the unequal commercial treaties, destroying the competitive position of hand-produced Ottoman textiles and displacing tens of thousands of traditional weavers and spinners, was one of the most economically devastating consequences of Ottoman commercial integration into the European-dominated global economy. Fact 94. What happened to the Ottoman sultans, the dynasty after the dynasty? The abolition of the Ottoman Sultanate in November 1922 CE, and the subsequent expulsion of the members of the House of Osman from the Turkish Republic, ordered by the Grand National Assembly in March 1924 CE, when the dynasty's 144 living members were given 2 days to leave the country and prohibited from returning, scattered the Ottoman imperial family across Europe and the world in one of the most dramatic royal exiles in modern history, ending 6 centuries of continuous dynastic rule with an administrative act of extraordinary finality. The fate of the House of Osman after its expulsion from Turkey is a story of adaptation, survival, and in many cases remarkable achievement. The expelled members of the dynasty, princes, princesses, and their families, settled primarily in Egypt, France, Switzerland, the United States, and various other countries, carrying with them the memories, the cultural practices, and the languages of the imperial household they had inhabited and little else. The Turkish state had confiscated the dynasty's properties and bank accounts before their expulsion, leaving most of them dependent on the generosity of foreign governments, personal connections, and whatever skills they had developed in the highly unusual educational environment of the Ottoman palace. Several members of the dynasty went on to careers of genuine distinction in their new environments. Shahzad Ömer Faruk studied music in Vienna and became a professional musician. Princess Niloufer married the Nawab of Bhopal and became one of the most prominent public figures in pre-independence India. The grandson of the last sultan, Ertugrul Osman, lived for many years in New York working as a restaurant manager and maintaining a dignified public presence as the dynastic head until his death in 2009 CE at the age of 97, the last male descendant of Suleiman the Magnificent to have been born in the Ottoman imperial palace. The The Turkish Republic gradually softened its attitude toward the dynasty over the 20th century. The ban on male members was lifted in 1974 CE, and the ban on female members in 1952 CE, allowing some to return to a country most of them had never seen, to reconnect with the history their family had made. The most poignant symbol of the dynasty's exile was the figure of Ertugrul Osman himself, a great-grandson of the Sultan, born in the palace, living his final decades as a New Yorker, who embodied in his own person the extraordinary distance between the world the Ottomans had made and the world that had replaced it. Fact 95. The Ottoman Empire's sacred relics, the Prophet's possessions. Among the most extraordinary and most spiritually significant objects in the Topkapi Palace treasury are the sacred relics of the Prophet Muhammad and the early Islamic community that were collected by the Ottoman sultans, most importantly by Selim I after his conquest of Egypt and the Hijaz in 1517 CE, and that are housed in the Hurkari Saadet chamber, the chamber of the Holy Mantle, in the third courtyard of the palace, where they have been maintained in a condition of continuous Quranic recitation since the time of their deposit in the 16th century. The collection includes objects of extraordinary sacred significance: the Prophet's mantle, the seal, the sword, the bow, a tooth, a hair from his beard, the footprint preserved in stone, the staff of Moses, and letters allegedly written by the Prophet to the rulers of neighboring states. The acquisition of these relics by the Ottoman sultans was part of the broader project of legitimizing the Ottoman claim to the caliphate, the spiritual leadership of the Sunni Muslim world that Selim I had pursued through the conquest of the Hijaz, and the acquisition of the caliphal title and insignia from the last Abbasid caliph in Cairo. The possession of the Prophet's relics gave the Ottoman sultans a form of sacred authority that transcended their political power. They were not merely rulers, but guardians of the most holy objects in Islam, custodians of the material traces of the Prophet's presence on earth. The Hurkari Saadet chamber, which houses the relics, has been maintained in a state of continuous reverence since the 16th century. Hafizes, professional reciters of the Quran, have recited the entire Quran in relay, day and night, in the chambers present since the time of Selim I, maintaining a chain of recitation that has continued unbroken for over 5 centuries. The chamber is open to public viewing on a limited basis during Ramadan, when hundreds of thousands of Muslims visit the Topkapi Palace to be in the presence of the Prophet's possessions. The return of these relics to the new Turkish Republic, and the decision of the Kemalist government to maintain rather than transfer them, is one of the more complex aspects of the Tanzimat heritage, a secular state that found itself the custodian of some of the most sacred objects in world religion, maintaining a tradition of reverence it had officially rejected. The reciters continue their unbroken vigil to this day. Fact 96. The Ottoman Empire's guilds, organizing the urban economy. The guilds, the esnaf, the organized associations of craftsmen and tradesmen that regulated the production, quality, pricing and labor relations of every significant craft and commercial activity in the Ottoman urban economy, were one of the most distinctive and most important institutions of Ottoman urban life, the mechanism through which the economic life of the Ottoman city was organized, regulated, and made stable in the absence of the market institutions, the stock exchange. The commercial bank, the contract law enforcement system that organized economic activity in early modern Europe. Ottoman guilds were not merely economic organizations but social communities, bound together by oaths of membership, by shared religious practices, by hierarchical structures of master, journeyman and apprentice, and by the elaborate ceremonial life that marked the transitions of a craftsman's career. The Ottoman guild system was organized around the principle of the jedik, the licensed position that entitled its holder to practice a particular trade in a particular location, a form of property right in the commercial niche that the guild regulated and protected. The jedik system limited competition, maintained quality standards, and provided members with security against displacement by new entrants. But it also restricted economic dynamism, prevented rapid response to changing market conditions, and in the long run made Ottoman craftsmen vulnerable to displacement by the cheaper, faster, and more flexible production methods of European industry. The guilds also served important social functions beyond their economic role. Guild membership provided craftsmen with a form of social insurance. The guild community supported members in times of illness, provided for the funerals of members who died without family resources, and organized the collective religious observances that marked the guild year. Many guilds were connected to Sufi orders that provided a spiritual framework for the guild community and a network of social solidarity that extended beyond the immediate membership. The decline of the Ottoman guild system in the 19th century, accelerated by the competition of European manufactured goods, by the breakdown of the Jedic system under the pressure of economic liberalization, and by the institutional changes of the Tanzimat period, was one of the most socially disruptive aspects of Ottoman economic modernization, displacing large numbers of craftsmen whose skills had no place in the new commercial economy. Fact 97. The Ottoman Empire's legacy in the Arab world, living history. The 4 centuries of Ottoman rule in the Arab world, from Selim I's conquest of Syria and Egypt in 1516 and 1517 CE, to the British and French occupation of the Arab provinces in 1917 and 1918 CE, left a material, institutional, cultural, and political legacy that is simultaneously pervasive, contested, and often unacknowledged. The Ottoman period is frequently overshadowed in Arab historical consciousness by the older Islamic Golden Age on one side and the European colonial period on the other, treated as an interlude of foreign domination rather than as a formative period in the development of the institutions and culture that the modern Arab world inherited. The material legacy of Ottoman rule in the Arab world is visible in the architecture of every major Arab city: the Ottoman clock towers, mosques, hands, and administrative buildings that stand in the old quarters of Damascus, Aleppo, Beirut, Jerusalem, Cairo, and Baghdad are not merely surviving historical monuments, but the physical framework within which the daily life of these cities continued to unfold long after the Ottoman state that built them had ceased to exist. The urban fabric of the old cities of the Arab world, the relationship between the mosque, the bazaar, the residential quarter, and the institutional buildings, was in large part shaped by 4 centuries of Ottoman urban planning and architectural patronage. The institutional legacy is equally significant. The Ottoman legal system, particularly the Sharia courts and the land registration system, continued to shape the legal framework of the Arab world long after Ottoman political authority had been replaced by British and French mandatory regimes, which often found it more practical to maintain Ottoman legal institutions than to replace them entirely. The Ottoman administrative geography shaped the framework within which the post-war mandatory states were created. The cultural legacy is perhaps the most intimate. The Arabic dialects of the modern Arab world are saturated with Turkish loanwords absorbed during the Ottoman period. The cuisine of Turkey and the Arab world shares dishes and techniques that moved in both directions along the trade routes of the empire. The folk music traditions of Anatolia, the Levant, and North Africa share modal and rhythmic elements that reflect centuries of cultural exchange within the Ottoman world. In this sense, the Ottoman period in the Arab world is not a completed past, but an ongoing present, its legacies still written into the material and cultural fabric of cities and communities across the region. Fact 98. The Ottoman Empire's language, Turkish's long journey. The Turkish language that the Ottoman Empire used as its primary language of administration, literature, and court culture was not the simple, phonetically transparent modern Turkish that Atatürk's language reform of 1928 CE created. It was a vastly more complex language that had absorbed so many Arabic and Persian elements that it was, at its most elaborate, almost unintelligible to speakers of the Central Asian Turkic dialects from which it had originally derived. Ottoman Turkish was a language built for empire, a medium of high culture, religious scholarship, and administrative sophistication that reflected the synthetic character of Ottoman civilization itself. The development of Ottoman Turkish as a literary and administrative language was gradual, beginning in the early 14th century and reaching its most elaborate form in the classical period of the 15th and 16th centuries, when the Ottoman court culture demanded a medium of expression capable of competing with the Persian literary tradition that had dominated the Islamic world since the 10th century. The Ottoman poets who created the divan literary tradition did so in a Turkish so deeply inflected with Persian vocabulary and aesthetic conventions that their works are, and were, difficult even for trained scholars to read without extensive preparation. The spoken Turkish of ordinary Ottoman subjects was considerably simpler than the literary Ottoman of the court and the Madazes, retaining a more purely Turkic core that was the basis for the modern Turkish that Atatürk's reforms eventually produced. The language reform of 1928 CE, the replacement of the Arabic script with the Latin alphabet, and the subsequent campaign to replace Arabic and Persian loanwords with Turkish equivalents, was one of the most radical linguistic transformations in modern history, effectively cutting the Turkish Republic's population off from direct access to their own literary and cultural heritage without translation. The Arabic script of Ottoman Turkish, which had been used to write the language for 6 centuries, and in which the entire corpus of Ottoman literature, history, law, and scholarship was recorded, became almost overnight a specialized skill requiring years of study to master. a dramatic illustration of the ways in which Atatürk's cultural revolution simultaneously liberated Turkish society from the past and severed it from that past. Fact 99, the Ottoman Empire's final lesson, what 6 centuries teach. 600 years of Ottoman history, from Osman Bey's dream in a holy man's house to the last sultan's departure on a British warship, constitute one of the most consequential experiments in human governance ever conducted, an experiment whose results are still being interpreted, contested, and applied in the politics and cultures of the 21st century. The Ottoman Empire was not a simple story of rise and fall, of glory and decay, of Islamic civilization confronting modernity and being overwhelmed by it. It was a far more complicated human story, one that contains lessons about the possibilities and the limits of multi-ethnic governance, about the relationship between religious and secular authority, and about the ways in which the civilizations of the past continue to inhabit the present. The Ottoman experiment in governing diversity was imperfect and often brutal. The millet system that protected religious minorities also subordinated them. The devshirme that made possible a meritocratic governing elite did so at the cost of tearing boys from their families. The caliphate that provided spiritual legitimacy was also used to justify violence. But the imperfection of the Ottoman achievement does not negate its genuine character. The Ottoman Empire governed a population of extraordinary diversity for 6 centuries, maintained a legal order that provided at least formal protection for multiple communities, and created the conditions for forms of cultural and intellectual productivity that enriched the world. The world that the Ottoman Empire made, the political geography of the Middle East and the Balkans, the religious demography of Turkey and the Arab world, the cultural traditions of Bosnia, Albania, Egypt, and a dozen other countries, the Turkish and Arabic and Greek words that carry traces of centuries of coexistence in their shared vocabulary, is the world in which we continue to live. The questions the empire raised about how different peoples can live together, about the relationship between religious and secular authority, about the possibilities of pluralism in a world of competing identities, are not historical questions, but present ones. And somewhere in the quiet of the night, in the rhythm of the words that have carried you through these 99 facts, the dream that started it all is still dreaming. The tree that grew from Osman's chest, spreading its branches over 3 continents, its roots deep in the soil of a world that is still, in so many ways, the world the Ottomans made. Fact 100, the Ottoman Empire's place in history, the view from the end. We have traveled through 100 facts, and the Ottoman Empire has revealed itself to be something far more complicated, far more interesting, and far more consequential than the popular image of the terrible Turk or the sick man of Europe would suggest. It was an empire that lasted 6 centuries, longer than the Roman Empire of the West, longer than any European colonial empire, longer than almost any political entity in the history of the world, and that at its height governed perhaps 1/5 of the world's population, maintained a degree of order and legal regularity across territories of extraordinary diversity, and produced a material and intellectual culture of genuine splendor. The Ottoman Empire's greatness was real, in the engineering of the Selamite Mosque, in the legal sophistication of Suleiman's Canon, in the administrative achievement of governing 70 million people of a dozen faiths across 3 continents, in the cultural synthesis that produced Iznik tiles and divan poetry and whirling dervishes, and the coffeehouse culture that gave the world a new form of public sociability. These were not small achievements. They were expressions of a civilization operating near the limits of what pre-modern human organization could accomplish. The Ottoman Empire's failures were equally real, in the Armenian genocide, in the systematic violence of the Janissary Corps, in the structural exploitation embedded in the devshirme and the slave trade and the tribute systems, in the institutional rigidities that prevented the adaptation that might have allowed the empire to survive in the age of industrial capitalism and modern nationalism. To romanticize the empire is as false to the historical reality as to demonize it. What remains? After the last sultan has sailed away and the republic has been proclaimed, and the caliphate has been abolished, and the population exchanges have scattered the communities the empire had mixed, what remains is the world the Ottomans made, still inhabited, still contested, still bearing in its languages and architectures and borders and identities the marks of 6 centuries of human ambition, faith, creativity, and cruelty. Osman's tree still stands. Its shadow still falls across 3 continents. The dream has not ended, it has simply changed form, and the night in which you have listened to this story is, in some small way, still part of it. 100 facts, the whole arc of the Ottoman Empire, from a dream in a holy man's house to the world we still inhabit today. You have carried it all through the night. Now let it settle gently into the place where stories go when sleep receives them. The empire was real, and in the deep quiet of this night, it is still somehow here. This has been explored during sleeping. Rest well.